Hello, 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 hello. Sorry about that interruption before, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes I feel like I live in like the house like Macaulay Culkin, and like Home Alone, where there's like so many people like everywhere, right? And you're like, oh, there's nowhere to go. Like sometimes I just totally feel like that. So, good evening, Diamond Eyes, Aaron, Ladybug. Um, I'm sorry, guys. It just there's so much that's been happening and going on, and I apologize for the interruption. So, part two, we were left where Kevin Murphy was up on the stand and he was talking about how Ferenczi, and Click were the Three Stooges. They were the ones to come up with like the Odin report, because um, as they had been exploring all of these different people and different aspects of, this Odinist thing or whatever, the Odin report, um, you know, Ferenczi was the guy who would go on Facebook and he would see like all of the different connections between people on social media. And if you haven't like gotten on social media to like check connections of different people and different things happening, you'll definitely see a lot of interesting different relationships all the time. Like it's crazy. So yeah. So he said that he saw multiple tips or okay, so there were multiple tips to the Rushville Police Department, but in each of these tips that they had uncovered, they said that there was undeniable links to all activities, according to Pharisee. Now, it's not as if Mr. Pharisee is here. We cannot ask him. Mr. Pharisee is deceased, obviously. We do know what happened with Mr. Pharisee. He was shot outside of the FBI building, allegedly shot by Shane Meehan after some Molotov cocktails were thrown at the building. And he, uh, from all accounts, went to go defend like his honor and defend the honor of the other people that he was working with. We know that tragically he lost his life, and that after he lost his life, Todd Click was like, I'm done. Like, I'm not doing no more. Like, this is out. Like, I'm done. It's over. So, definitely, we know that according to the Facebook connections, Pharisee was very interested in, allegedly in connections between Brad Holder, Patrick Westfield, Elvis Fields, Ned Smith, Johnny Messer, and that they would all three participate in a field notes notebook, which basically consisted of this Word document. That's what that 85-page Odin report consists of. So they would note all of their findings into that document. Um, Now, Kevin Murphy indicates that during the deposition he was deposed, right? And he confirms that upon taking a look at the Word document, going over it, that yes, the 85-page Word document, he can confirm that yes, that was the document that he worked on along with Ferenczi and Click. Um, so he states that Mr. Murphy states that Jay Harper and Tony Liggett would be the ones to call him with tips, and that he would go and that he would investigate said tips. Now, uh, there is a second entry for 2018 of an interview conducted with Elvis Fields. Um, and it says that in this particular interview that Mr. Fields had consented to DNA swabs. I do have a note here that says buccal swab clear. Um, and so they took the consent for the DNA swab from Elvis Fields, but also at that interview in February 2018, he denies that he uh, had asked about the spit ordeal on the girls. So Murphy was the guy to give Elvis Fields the ride back home after the initial um the initial interview that was conducted with him, right? And so remember in the Frank's memorandum, we're reading this, and as we're reading along, Elvis Fields is being dropped off, and he asks a very important question to the investigator that is dropping him off back home. Apparently, Murphy was that investigator that was dropping him off back home, and he had asked him that if there was spit located on the girls, um, could that basically, like, if his spit was found, could it be explained away? And he said that afterwards, of hearing Mr. Fields say that, he immediately um, documented and made a call to Jay Harper to ask him, like, what's the next step? What do I do? What's going to happen? Um, so Brad Holder and Elvis Fields uh, and Patrick Westfall apparently they all like posted on social media quite frequently, although they indicate that Elvis Fields is kind of like a follower, right? So, like, if Brad Holder or Patrick Westwall posts something, he turns around and he posts it as well. Um, but apparently, they had said that, like, during like all of this ordeal, that Elvis Fields had indicated to them that Elvis does not follow Brad and Patrick. Patrick and Brad follow Elvis, is what he said, apparently. So I think that's pretty funny. But there was an indication that there was a lot of followers as well. Um, they indicated that uh, the ritual connection, though, through these groups of people was made um, through Johnny Messer. So it says August 10th, 2023, Lieutenant Holman had documented commotion. Um, oh, yeah, that's right. So something that was really interesting is that both Murphy and Holman were deposed back in, uh, what was it, this year in 2023, right? I want to say it was the May deposition. Um, it was the recent depositions. And so um, Detective Murphy had described that he was getting ready to go into the deposition. Mr. Holman was exiting the deposition. Apparently, these depositions had been quite um, a lengthy ordeal, and Mr. Holman had been both frustrated. Um, him and him and Murphy both had been frustrated, and they hadn't seen each other in quite a number of years, apparently. Um, and Murphy, you could tell on the stand when he kind of talked about this a little bit. You could tell that it kind of bothered him. I don't know, like an emotional type thing or whatever, like, because they had been friends for a lot of years. They had a really good relationship, according to Kevin Murphy. And that so much so that, when they would see each other, um, they would say hello and they would, kind of, you know, talk and all of that stuff. But Mr. Murphy said that even though he hadn't seen Holman in quite a number of a couple of years, almost a year, um, that he walked over to Mr. Holman to greet him as he was coming out of the deposition. And Mr. Holman was very angry, and that he um, was referring to the um, the Odin report document. And apparently Holman had the document, and Murphy did not know that Holman had this document. So Murphy describes that before he could get hello out of his mouth to talk to Mr. Holman, um, he was immediately greeted with, "What the F is this?" And "How the F did the defense get this?" Wow. Like, wow, 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 wow. That's pretty, like, wow, right? Because these were also in there were some of the field notes that were put down by Murphy and Barrissey and Click. And apparently these were field notes that um Holman supposedly had never seen, had never had access to, you know, I don't even know, but there was the question of, how is this relevant, right? There's no hiding Holman's temper, Aaron. Yes. And that's the way that it was described on the stand. Like, there was no hiding it. He was very, very upset, very, very angry. And somebody had said, "Well, how is this relevant?" Nick said, "How is this relevant?" And the defense says, "This shows an intentional behavior of trying to get rid of an interview. They were intentionally trying not to give uh, the records, the defense records, left with circumstantial evidence." Um, so they're talking about the BH boat dump existed, and the BH Logan Sport interview had existed. But again, Nick is saying, "Well, I don't see the relevance in that. I don't see the relevance at all." Um, Nick asked uh, Mr. Murphy if could you place BH or EF in Delphi during the murders? Did you gather evidence of murder on, like BH's phone or on Facebook? And the answer, of course, was no. Um, and then there was asked for the judge to take judicial notice of a report filed um, by Liggett. Oh, so yeah, that was the end of the stuff for Murphy, right? Like, could you place him or Ellis Fields in Delphi during the murder? And did you get evidence of murder off of Brad Holder's Facebook or phone? And the answer was no. And so that was the end of that. So Murphy gets off the stand and he's starting to like walk out of the courtroom, and he stands at the door for a hot minute, man, like a hot minute, and he's like looking over and he's staring over at Holman. And it was just so like it was a good few minutes that he stood there and stared. um so we talked about that on criminality too. Um, the court crank and I, because she saw the same thing as well. Um, so it's crazy. Um, so after that, the next thing is they were asking that judicial notice be taken of a report filed by Liggett regarding a transportation order for uh, Robert Basted. So, if anybody doesn't know who Robert Basted is a Department of Corrections inmate who is currently incarcerated at the Westville Correctional Facility. And he was called as a witness for the hearings back in May. He was supposed to come and he was supposed to testify as to the uh, acts of of that he's seen committed against Richard Allen. So like acts of abuse, I guess is what you would label it. Um, because he's the guy who wrote the court. Remember, he wrote the court a letter and said, "Dear Judge Cole, like I have seen like Richard Allen being abused. I've seen, him beat up. I've seen these things being done to him, you know." And he was called to appear as a witness. But when we go to the hearings on March 18th, yes, the cruel conditions died ice. So remember on March 18th, when we go to that hearing in Fort Wayne, and there are those 10 witnesses, right? We have the 10 witnesses when it comes to Holman, Mullins, Click, um, who else? Julie Melvin, Skip Jansen, um, which was really Steve Wood, I think was his name. And then you had Amber Holder and all of these different people that were supposed to come forward. That guy was supposed to be included in those testimonies. So we find out that this guy isn't transported to court because there's an allegation that Mr. Baston refused to leave his cell for transport. And they say that, okay, so the sheriff indicated that the judge told him to just leave him there. And the judge is saying, I didn't tell anybody to leave anybody there, right? Like, that is not what I said, not at all. And so the defense is taking this as like, like they basically told the judge, like, hey, take judicial notice. Like, this officer is saying that you said to do this, and you're saying that you didn't do this. So you can clearly tell that, like, it's on the line here because you know that they're lying to you. So you can, pretty much like look at this and you can see, even as an example, how you've been drugged through into this mud. And you can see for yourself that the lie about anything, right? Is basically how you, like, I don't know how I would, take that. So I have the dates: June 20th, 2023, May 31st, 2024, and then disqualifying, um, denying disqualification. So after this, Mr. Luttrell, it's like 2:48 p.m. And Mr. Luttrell calls Holman to get up and testify. And he pretty much goes through to ask Mr. Holman what his qualifications are. And Mr. Holman says that he's the current area investigation commander, lieutenant. Um, and at the time of the investigation, he was the uh, first sergeant of the Lafayette Post Central Command. Um, so they ask him, regarding phone examination, um, was there anything ever examined for Brad Holder's phone records? And the answer was no. Um, they reference an interview by Mr. Purdy in the summer or fall of 2017. Um, report records interview BH, and it says nope. So Holman indicates that he goes on what is known as his training vacation, like with the FBI or whatever. So he indicates that at some point, he's sent to the FBI National Academy um, in Quantico, Virginia, for some training. Um, they're talking about they examined Liberty's cell phone, and there was a video examination of data of the crime scene evidence. They believe that the murders happened between 2:30 and 3:30 p.m. and uh, on the 13th. And Holman indicates that the bodies of the girls were found on Ron Logan's land after an abduction had occurred. Um, and they asked him if he was familiar with Brad Holder's interview from 2017, and his answer was yes. They asked him, during this interview, where was it that Brad Holder was claiming to be? And Holman says that, he says that he was at the Liberty landfill work. Uh, he says, are you familiar with the Liberty landfill? And Holman says yes. And he asks him, do you know how far the Liberty landfill is from the Monon High Bridge? Holman indicates that it's about a 30-minute drive. And then he indicates that after work, Brad Holder had an alibi for working out at an Anytime Fitness facility. So they ask him how did they know that they were able to verify like work and the workout, like the Anytime Fitness stuff. And so he's like, okay, well, we got the email records for, we got an email for work records for Brad Holder. And he said in the Anytime Fitness, they have like a key fob system of signing in and out. So like, I guess you take like this key fob when you go in to work out, you wave it to get into the little deal or whatever. And that's what they said. So they submit Exhibit 4, which are the work hours of Brad Holder, and it says that he clocked in at 4:55 a.m. He went to lunch at 12:12 p.m. Came back from lunch at 12:30 p.m. and then proceeded to clock out at 2:45 p.m. And then it shows supposedly that he went to the Anytime Fitness for a workout at 4:08 p.m. Sunflower Soul 615 says, I'm still stuck on how anyone can be cleared with an alibi when there is no time of death. Exactly. Yes, that's what I'm saying too. Like that was just absolutely flabbergasting. Um, I couldn't believe it. Like, I also couldn't believe the whole ordeal of the phone extraction stuff, like what they didn't do with the phone extraction stuff. Like, we'll get to that here in a little bit, but I was absolutely just wondering, like, how in the world. Um, so of course, after they talk about the work records, the indication of the clock in at 4:55 a.m., going to lunch from 12:12 to 12:30, and then clocking out at 2:45. The workout at Anytime Fitness at 4:08 p.m. They refer to page 13 and page 14 of the deposition. And in regards to this, there's a talk about bad experience turning over a phone when Brad Holder was interviewed on 2/17/17. So I don't know. So it says the ISP collected Holder's phone on 2/14/17. And they're talking about not Brad Holder's phone, but Logan Holder's phone. So if we remember, at one point on the 14th, um, at 12:35 p.m., there's officers that have gone over to the high school that are having interaction with Logan Holder and his mom. Um, and we know that because his mom signs a consent form, um, for permission for the authorities to be able to retain the cellular device that Logan Holder has in his possession. And they indicate that they went over there at this time because this was like when they collected the phone at this time, this was still like a missing persons investigation. So while they're collecting the phone at 12:35 on the same day on the 14th at around about 12:15 p.m., the girls' bodies have already been discovered. So, and it says approximately noon under that. So, like around the noonish area, like they're going to that area, where the girls, somebody's around there where the girls' bodies are, obviously. By media accounts, it says, the girls were found about 12:15 p.m. And then we know that at 12:35 p.m., they're at the school to collect this phone from Logan Holder. So, State's Exhibit 6 was a consensus search. Um, and the consensus search was given to Shannon Holder by Ryan Bonner, who was a sergeant. Um, and again, they reiterated that this phone was collected at the Delphi High School and not the Delphi Police Department. Um, the officers had arrived at the school in an attempt to obtain the phone in an attempt to locate the girls. Um, so they're asking who turned on the phone at 4:33 a.m. You know, because they said it begs to leave the question who turned on the phone at 4:33 a.m. because it says it doesn't believe that RA returned on the 14th. So they don't believe that he returned on the 14th. And there's conflicting reports. Like, first they're saying that the phone died, and then they're saying that the phone was turned off. And then there's an argument about misunderstanding of pings. And so Baldwin, yeah, Nick is like, they don't understand the pings. They don't understand how this works. They don't understand how this is going on. And, you know, the defense is saying, there's new technology, software that they've been using, that they've discovered that there were new pings on the phone due to these technological advances. Um, and they said, now we know that there's more information about what happened with this phone on the 14th. Um, there was, I guess initially from what was stated on the stand is that the Cecil guy who was going through the phones, right? The ICAP guy, he was doing like a Cellbrite extraction, whatever. Um, they indicated that they had done the Cellbrite extraction for like the 13th, but after the girls were found deceased, they didn't bother to look at any of the data past the time the girls were found deceased on the 13th. So I guess recently, as they've started to use this new technological data and they've started to go forward, that they now have started to begun to look at information that was excuse me, retained from the raw data on the 14th. And now they know that the phone was definitely turned back on at 4:33 a.m. They were talking about that there were, like text messages and stuff that came in, right? Like 15 text messages or 15 alerts. Um, so, they're saying that begs the question, who turned the phone back on? Um, and the prosecution is saying, hey, did Brad Holder really have a mimicked crime scene photo? Right? Like, and the defense says, well, Brad Holder had all of these posts that were never explored and nobody ever extracted his phone. Nobody ever looked at that. He's like, and then you look at these email exchanges that were on February 17th, 2017, again, um, that were between um, Jay Abbott and Doug Carter. It's another email. And within that email, there was an indication that the drug task force had been apprised of information and that there was a collection of more information. Aaron says, no matter how unable Oil Slick is to imagine anything, the phone turning back on at 4:55. They said 4:33 a.m. Cannot be explained away. No, and that's what they're wondering. So as we move forward and we talk about the other stuff, I guess maybe I have some thoughts about that. It's insane. You know how when you're reading something or you're going over something, y'all, and you hear it and in your mind you're your mind is going a million miles a minute and just all of those thoughts are in your brain. Sometimes I am with myself, I'm oh my gosh, this was on your brain. Why didn't you just say that out loud? But yeah, so there may be some things that I refer to or say or whatever that had gone through my mind that I don't know, maybe it's gone through y'all's mind too. Um, so So they refer to this email again that was traded between Jay Abbott and Doug Carter on the 17th of February, 2017. They're talking about the drug task force was a prize. There's collection of info. And then um, I hear, hi, Curious Contrarian, welcome in. It's nice to see you. And so, I told you, there was so crazy. At times during the hearing, there would be some things that go really fast, right? They'd be talking, and sometimes it would be so fast that I wouldn't be able to write down the full sentence. Like I said, I try to get as much as I can as everybody's talking, as much as the context of the conversation is going. And, but I heard the name Noah Dillman. I'm good, Curious Contrarian. I hope that you are well. Um, I'm just kind of going through the notes and everything and stuff that I learned on this trip over the last 3 days. Um, like I said, I have to warn everybody that this kind of is a long period. Smack the like. Thank you. Thank you. Um, so yeah, so there's just so much, and then I had so many different thoughts or whatever. Um, And as I said before, this week was really hectic when it was like going back and forth. Jenny 8675309. Hey chat. Hey Jenny. Welcome in. It's good to see you guys. Um so they start talking about how the Indiana State Police had collected Logan Holder's phone. Again, let's reiterate this for anybody coming in. Brad Holder's phone was not taken. Logan Holder's phone was the one that was collected. Again, we know that there was a consent to search issued by Mr. Ryan Bonner. This consent to search was signed by Shannon Holder, as confirmed that yes, they're going to go through Logan's phone. He's at the high school when they get it. This is not taken at the Delphi Police Department. Um, it says an officer arrived at the school to obtain a phone in an attempt to help locate the girls. They're asking who turned the phone on at 4:33 a.m. There's conflicting reports about what's going on with the phone, what happened. Like the phone died, the phone got turned off, the phone was traveling, like craziness. Um, Aaron says Jenny 8675309. Every number but the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Diamond Eyes says, no peace here. A police helicopter keeps circling. What in the world is going on in your neck of the woods, Diamond Eyes? Like, dang. You got police helicopters circling and such. So there's conflicting reports. Somebody says the phone dies. Somebody said that it got turned off. Somebody says it's going here and there, pinging everywhere. And the prosecution is saying, the defense is misunderstanding the pings. They're misunderstanding the data that's there, like crazy. I don't know. So one question that the defense is saying, like that we have, is we want to know who turned that phone on the 14th of February. Who turned the phone on at 4:33 a.m.? The state wants to know, did Brad Holder have a mimicked crime scene photo? And the defense is saying, yeah, he had all of these posts that were never explored, like no phone extraction, nothing like that going on. You have this email with Abbott, between Abbott and Carter on February 17th, talking about the drug task force was apprised and that there was collection of info made. Then you hear the name Noah Dillman, which was weird because they didn't really give any context as to why they mentioned the name. But he was a classmate of one of the girls. Also, he had recently appeared in the documentary piece that was completed on CW network or whatever. It's the Crime Nation episode. I think it was called Murder in a Small Town, I want to say, is what they have labeled that episode. But yeah, he was on there, and talking about the experience and how he moved and stuff. But so they indicate that, Logan Holder's phone was taken the 14th, and there's parts of the missing girls investigation. Okay. So there's no cross-examination of Holman at this point. Holman, not Holder, Holman. So there's no cross of Holman. Um, um, the court had convened to take a small break. Kayla said, I'm going to vote MP turned it on after his canoe trip. Oh my goodness. Ugh. Diamond Eyes. Must have been a shooting sirens going as well. Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry. Um, I will take it that one means I am the only one that can make my life matter, Aaron says. All right. Pooch wants to talk. Hmm. The doggies are out in the other room. I've I've taken myself to a whole other room and just kind of like shut the door. I feel bad that I had to stop earlier, like when my husband got back, and just everybody's everywhere. So it kind of feels like sometimes like there's nowhere to go, you know what I mean, for a minute. And you're like, oh, there's nowhere because everybody is so active. And I want to try to like get through this and not have like a bunch of craziness going on, you know what I mean? So after Holman is not cross examined, we turn from the break and they indicate that the motion to dismiss argument is completed. So uh, Baldwin wants to speak about the photo retained from Ryan Bashir, um, going to Georgia and going to talk to this kid about information, um, getting this photo. Um, and Nick keeps saying that, or not Nick, Baldwin is saying, just because we're, unable to find something as provided doesn't mean that some of these things that aren't provided isn't um, exculpatory information. Like it could be exculpatory information, and it could help to um, point to a third party, a third party being involved. He says that these things are exculpatory evidence. Um, and he points to the 101 phone uh, extractions as an example. um, he also points out that the FBI tendered to evidence and indicated that yes, um, Holder is involved, and they also indicated that someone related to Holder is in play. um, they were told to use whatever resources they needed at their whatever needed whatever resources were needed that they could use at their disposal. Um, and as far as Brad Holder's phone, they said that they never took Brad Holder's phone. Holman said they didn't need to. Um, so Baldwin talks about the 101 extractions. He said, some of these, a couple of these are of value. He said the rest of them are just the rest of it is just junk. Um, he said, the first interviews of Brad Holder are gone. He said the Logan Holder interview is gone. Um, there's an extraction that's gone. A video of the second interview was claimed to never have been even taken at all. Yes, another one in play was interesting. That was very interesting wording, Ladybug. I agree. Um, because that was exactly what he said. I wrote down exactly as he said. Um, and then they start talking about how this other officer had gone to the other officer that had gone to Logansport to interview Brad Holder. They kind of indicate that like it wasn't even like a for real um interview. Did you say Logan? Yes, I did. Logan Holder. So they're talking about like when okay, so the initial interviews when they're talking about the interviews in the first days of individuals like as they're, you know, uh the word has just escaped my mind. I'm sorry, give me just a second. You know, when they're exploring, like they're investigating, that's the word, investigating the case, right? So we know that when this first went down and they find out that the girls are dead and they're going and they're picking up people and they're bringing them back to the police department to interview, like all of those interviews are gone, you guys. All of it's gone. So they know that these both Brad and Logan were interviewed in the beginning, but the interviews are gone, is what they're saying. Like that's gone. Yes, there are a few relatives out there. Aaron said the mirrored F tree is in criminal networks, fruit of the poisonous tree at 44 minutes, 33 seconds in these numbers. Yeah. So Baldwin indicated that like I said, that, you know, all of this information is exculpatory. The FBI tendered to evidence that said yes, Holder is involved. Someone related to Holder is in play. Um, let's see. Um, so the two officers that had wit and interviewed Brad Holder and Logan Sport, um, they go to interview him, and there's an indication that there isn't really a chat about the crime when they go to interview him. In fact, the guy indicates that he went to um, talk to Brad Holder just solely alone about Odinism. Just that, just like the belief systems, and you know, um, it was also interesting because they said that there were no questions about like the photos or the paintings that had been on his Facebook page. None of the paintings that he had painted, anything, like there was nothing, there was no talk about any of that, and the interview wasn't even, it wasn't even recorded. um they talk about again the painting of the upside down hangman was completed again almost a year to the day after the girls' deaths. Uh, Brad Holder claims that he spoke to he's claimed that he spoke to Patrick Westfall. He said he says no. Uh, it, are you sure you didn't talk to him about Patrick Westfall? Are you sure you didn't talk to him about the crime? And he's like, no, no, like everything was about Odinism. Um, and Baldwin's like, you know, how does somebody not ask about these things? How does somebody see these photos, not ask about them? How does somebody see memes like this on a Facebook page and not ask about it? Um, and Holman says it it wasn't necessary to talk about it. Um, so Baldwin says, you know, in order to prevail, you know, you have to prove that these phone dumps existed. Um, you have to look at the logic that is in these emails from the FBI. He said you have to look at the logic of the emails that have been traded between Abbott and Carter. Um, he says, you know, Brad Holder's claiming that he turned the phone over, but Holman said that it wasn't necessary. So that was interesting. Um, and he points out that in the first interrogation of Brad Holder on 2017, um, Brad Holder states, I've never met Abby in my life, but my son has spoken to her. Um, and they ask him, how did you get involved with this? How did you get involved? And uh, he says, I don't know which one it was, like Abby, Libby, I don't remember. I just don't remember. Um, so then they're like talking about that later on. He indicates that he had met Abby 2 times. He says one time that he met Abby at Patrick Westfall's house. Um, and then, they point out that the evidence there is absolute and consistent evidence of intentionality to bury evidence. That was the words that were used. So he says, you got Jerry Holman here claiming that Brad Holder's phone wasn't needed. He said, you have Murphy going and completing this deposition. And as he's walking out completing this deposition, you have Jerry Holman getting very angry. He said he's yelling at him. What the F is this? How the F did the defense get it? He said, and it's a lot of, you know, let's not talk about it. Let's bury it. He says, then you have Brad Holder, who talks about the issues, or not Brad, Amber Holder, who talks about the issues between Brad Holder and Patrick Westfall that lead to their split up. He says, and when investigators talk to Brad Holder about it, Brad Holder points the finger at Patrick Westfall. He says, and then you have the fact that Elvis Fields is talking about spitting on the girls. He said, this is a lot, that this is a lot of, he says, it seems to me that they did not want us to know these things. They didn't want us to have this information. So, then as the last thing, he said that he would ask that Judge Gold takes judicial notice. The witness was unable to testify, and this again, he's going back to Robert Baston. He's like, and with all of these things going on and all of these things that we're just now talking about, he said, I also want you to remember and take judicial notice that the defense had a witness that was unable to testify because Lesenby was advised by the court to disregard bringing Robert Baston. And the Carroll County Sheriff's Department is inferring that the judge said that you could leave him there, that it was allowed. And he says, now, Your Honor, I want you to look at this. He's like, because I thank you for your consideration on this. I thank you for your, time and stuff on this. But Your Honor, you yourself have blatantly pointed out that you never said that, right? He's like, so, basically he's telling her, like, I want you to take into account, like, all of these things. He's like, I want you to think about the fact that these people are trying to pretty much throw you under the bus and say that you did this, and you're saying you didn't do this. So can you really trust the words of these people that are getting up on the stand? Basically is what Baldwin, in my opinion, was alluding to. He said the 14th and 6th Amendment rights have been violated. Um, he said, and then even when it came to something such as the Brad Holders extraction for the phone information, that information was lost. Um, he said, uh, so then they're saying that they took his phone, and he's saying that they took his phone in the lobby of the Delphi Police Department. Um, you know, the police are indicating that no, they really didn't take both phones, but then, they do take a phone extraction at some point, and that phone extraction is lost. He's like, there's no evidence possessed. It was just like a whole back and forth of like your brain is just screaming and you're going, what the fuck is going on here? Like, it's just a he said, she said, he did, they did, you did, I did, we did bullshit, right? Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it just, I don't know, it's insane. So it was indicated that they would take the Judge Gold would take the motion to dismiss um, under advisement. So she had indicated that court would begin the next morning at 9 a.m. And so they were getting pretty excited, because the next set of motions were like supposed to be pretty short. So before we were getting ready to leave, uh, Goal had indicated that, these other motions, like they were talking back and forth. So the prosecution and the defense are like, we should really be able to like hammer these out really quick. Like it shouldn't be that big of a day. Goal's like, we should be able to get in here. We should be able to like get out kind of early, right? And so the defense was like, well, we finish those things early because the motion in lemony is a really um, kind of like this big ordeal. Um, do we want to go ahead and do we want to start diving into that motion in lemony? And um, Judge Cole was like, no, like we're going to go ahead and we are just going to go ahead and slate this motion in lemony for Thursday. That's what we are going to focus on. And yeah, so that was day one of the the proceedings there. Um, and so okay, so I guess like maybe I guess my thoughts like of day one was like, okay, this was um this was information, but to me uh it wasn't necessarily a lot of new information uh that we had learned, right? Ladybug says, unreal that we can put a man on the moon, but we cannot figure out simple phone data for 7 years. Hi, Benny Beagle. Welcome in. Diamond Eyes. Um, it just, guys, it was so freaking much, right? Like, so what I did appreciate about the first day was that I was absolutely, I was surprised, right? But like it was such a pleasant surprise. Um, I was expecting that things were going to be like crazy. You know what I mean? Because like you look at all of the stuff that had happened like prior to this hearing, right? So it's like the judge, they were trying to get the judge out, and she wasn't going out, and the Supreme Court came in and was like, keep it moving, keep it pushing, right? you know, and so there were the back and forths of people arguing and fighting amongst the social media communities, right? Like all of that craziness had started to come into play. And so, like I said before, like when you went to the court hearings, the tension had been palpable at a lot of points. Um, you did a great job having to concentrate every word, every reaction, grizzling. Oh my gosh. Man, I just y'all like it's a lot. It really is. Because you want to go in and you want to try to keep this as neutral as possible when I'm walking in. So like I really try to keep an open mind, right? So I don't want to prejudge it. Like I don't want to walk in and be like this is what it is and this is what's going to be. Um I just want to hear it all for myself. So as like no, Hennessy was not there, Diamond Eyes. No. Um So to recap who was there, okay, so as far as the prosecution, you had Mr. Luttrell, Mr. McLeland, and Miss Steiner. Of course, Miss Judge Gold was there and her court reporter. Then you had um, Jennifer Auger, uh, Brad Rossi, Andrew Baldwin for the defense. Richard Allen was there. As far as family members went, Mike and Becky Patty were there. Tara German and her wife Amanda was there. Kelsey was there. Um, Carrie, one of Libby's sisters. There's always this guy that's there. I'm not sure which of the girls he's related to. Um, he's like I'd say like maybe like in his late 20s, 30s, dark hair, glasses. I've seen him a couple of times with a couple other ladies that they all kind of like congregate with the family. Mr. and Mrs. Erskine was there. Um, as far as officers, I saw Mullins, Vito, um, Murphy was there, Click was there, Carter was not there, but Liggett was there as well as Lesenby. No, Julie was not there, and I did not see Kelsey's husband this time. Um, Diamond Eyes says you're smart. I'd be emotional. Like it is kind of like an emotional thing, but it's like the only way I can describe it is just being able to kind of like set everything that you have in your mind aside and kind of step out of yourself when you go in, right? I heard Toad was getting fit. Yes, Chelsea, listen, girl, a lot of them have lost like weight, like they are looking a lot healthier. Mr. Holman looked like he had lost quite a bit of weight. Um, Liggett had lost weight. Lesenby had lost weight. Something else that I noticed that um, that it was a completely different experience this time was like okay so when I went in just like as a regular like layperson because this was the first time that I wore my media credentials um, going to the hearings. So something that I had noticed before was like when you go in, uh, nobody really talked to you, like talk to you, right? They just kind of like looked at you. Like there was one time that like Doug Carter had kind of like stared at me for a second, and as I was walking out the door, like he opened the door for me, and I was like, "Thank you," you know. And but they really didn't say much. They kind of look at you. They're kind of interested in checking out everybody around them. A lot of people just kind of like stare at you. Sometimes I felt like I was being studied, I guess would be the word for it, right? Weight loss and increased aggression, especially in males, especially in cops. I will think what I will, Aaron says. Um, Diamond Eyes says, I find it hard not to stare. Kayla says, running to save their own butts. Chelsea says, it's my guess they all got Ozempic. Oh my God. Girl, you just made me think of that South Park episode. Like, have y'all seen the South Park episode where Eric decides that Cartman decides he wants to lose weight? So he wants the Ozempic, but he can't get the Ozempic. So they got to go get the pharmaceutical, like, stuff to make it themselves, from another country so that he can take this. Oh my goodness. Uh-uh. Yes, wondering who the hell you were. Yeah, they do wonder who you are, right? So like my first experience was that like there was a couple um that's like pretty big in this ordeal who's been making um their own podcast. Um and it I thought it was going to be interesting. They really didn't talk very much. They just kind of like looked over and stared at you. Chelsea said maybe people are afraid of ending up in podcasts now. Laugh out loud. I don't know, but like like they would just kind of like stare, like they don't know who you are, so they're trying to figure you out. I did have some people come and ask me like, hey, are you with somebody? Are you with whatever? Yeah, for diabetes, Diamond Eyes. Um, and I was like, for me, like, I'm somebody that's interested in the case, but also, like, I am a resident of the state of Indiana. I do care about what is happening in the state of Indiana, and I'm a concerned citizen. I should be. Like, these things should not be, like, happening and going down, right? So, and I don't want to live in a cesspool. I don't want to live in a cesspool of disgusting ridiculousness, right? So somebody's got to go out there and somebody's got to look and somebody's got to see what in the world is going on, right? So before, like when I go out there, like people really wouldn't like talk to each other like too often. Like there was a lot of like quietness, glaring observation. Um and I really didn't talk to too many people. So as I've started to like go this time, it was so different. um I got there, I parked my car, and first of all, like, y'all, this was insane. So they did shut down some streets, right, like around the courthouse. And there was like this row like in front of the courthouse of like parking open. And I was like, yes, right? Like, all right, I'm gonna park here, put my little press pass in the window. And I asked the officer if it was okay to park there. And he's like, you can park there now, but you have to move your car every 2 hours. Wait, what? It's like you got to come out and you got to move your car every 2 hours. I was like, right? Chelsea said I would 100% try to attend if I was local. I agree that being a concerned citizen is important. It is. It's super important, you know? Um, but what I noticed is like I noticed like before, like the cops wouldn't talk to you, like nobody would talk to you, right? And then like I had the media press pass on. Y'all, it was such a different experience. I'm not even kidding you. Like the police officers start to act differently. Diamond Eyes, was Lana there? No, Lana was not there. But they become friendlier all of a sudden. They become like very much friendlier. They become like, I don't know how to describe it. You know what I mean? Like it was different. Like, yeah. So like upon getting ready to go in, like as far as like lay people that were there, um, there was Frank Meister, Bob Mata, Rescue All Dogs. There was another really sweet lady that I got to meet. Her name was Mary. Um, there was Jinx, Frosty, um, Murder Sheets, Bob, Hannah Shakespeare, Susan Hendricks. Um, let's see. There was a lady there from Dateline too. Um, like, yeah, everybody was on their best behavior, right? Like, so people that didn't get along, like, if they didn't have anything nice to say, they just didn't say anything at all. Like, that's not what the experience has been the last several hearings. Like with people just not getting along, like when they're not getting along, like they go on breaks and they get to back and forth, that wasn't the experience at all this time. People who I had seen before previously, um, they just that didn't talk to me. Um, they were much friendlier at this time. Um, Chelsea says, I'm kind of surprised Hannah Shakespeare was there. I'm not. I'm not surprised because these hearings were like really super duper important. You know what I mean? Like these sets of hearings basically were what is going to decide like what's going to happen, like as far as moving forward with the trial. This is going to solidify what can and cannot be used, what will be used during trial, and it kind of gives you an idea of what's happening. Now, do I think that they really got into like the nitty gritty of all of the issues uh, that should have been gotten into more? No, I don't. I think that there was a lot of time used on the issues that we're discussing. So, but I can't say like it was like sitting in the courtroom before court because Gold was 2 hours late that first day, right? So like everybody was just kind of like laid back and laughing and like having fun. Like I do like to try to keep it light and if you don't have some at least some sort of like good energy and vibration in your life and a laugh, like you're not living, right? So it's crazy. So the first day it was like, yes, that's so awesome, right? So then I'm gonna go ahead and get into day two because like boy, day two was something. But Aaron said, I never realized how important pretrial hearings are until I went back and watched the ones for Karen Reed. Yes. So, like, those are the most important sometimes, right? Because you learn so much. And a lot of people don't realize that, like, I love watching trials, right? And I love watching cases. But the best part about it is, like, the shit doesn't really go down until these people are getting ready to go to court into trial, because that's when the true investigation starts, right? Did you go over the phones? I'm late coming in. Not yet, Benny. Um, I kind of just wrapped up the first day, like, of the stuff that we had seen. I talked about um, Baldwin's saying, like, there's uh, exculpatory evidence, and um, there could be things that are exculpatory in all of this evidence that the FBI had looked at. Brad Holder, they had even mentioned that maybe that there could have been a family member of his in play. Um, they say that, look at all of the exchanges of, like, the emails between Abbott and Carter, the advising of, the drug task force. They're looking at, some of these extractions from phones that had turned out to be, mostly bullshit, but some of it useful. Um, they just pretty much pointed out all of the things that they feel um, are evidence of, intentionality to bury the case. Basically, is how the defense, I would say, had to feel about that. So day two, this is like where the roughness started to kind of like settle in for me, y'all. Um, because wow. So I was on my way to court the second day. Um, and they really like went out of their way to make sure, like, they were blocking off streets in Carroll County. Like, you couldn't park at a local business like near there, right? So if you parked at a local business and you weren't like in this certain sector where they wanted outsiders to park, like, they would tow your car, and they would put like a note on your car or whatever. Like, they had officers like walking outside like in full force. um so they said that they kind of like beefed up the security, right? Um, and for real, they were like walking around, they were looking at cars, they were looking at like license plates, stuff like that. Um, they were also working on fixing roads there, like repaving their roads. So on the second day, I'm on my way in. Um, and I had been on the live that night with criminality fairly late. Um, I think it was like midnight or maybe a little after midnight, after we got done chopping and screwing it up over there. Um, and I absolutely like appreciated that experience. That was awesome. I kind of feel like a dum dum, because I feel like I kind of let you guys down in some ways. Like, not even kidding you. Like, it makes me feel like ugh. But I really feel like day two is where my frustration started, I guess, to maybe settle in. Um, so day two, as I'm driving in and they're repaving the roads, like, I'm almost to the courthouse. I would have had enough time to get in there, grab my seat, and I get stopped because they're paving one side of the road and the other side of the road, right? So you have the traffic where you have to stop. And um, Chelsea said, I love tea and we all appreciate you attending as much as you can. Thank you. But I feel like sometimes I feel like just not being there, like, to get all of it contextually, um, it makes me feel bad. Like I'm not giving 100%. I hope that makes sense, right? Because, like, when I get the information, when I write stuff down, like, I want to be that person. Like, I want to know what I'm talking about before I speak, right? So, like, I think that this was the hardest part. So I got stopped while they were doing the road repaving, right? And they stopped my car for like 30 minutes. And I'm looking at the time, you know, and I'm like, okay, let's get in there. And I'm praying to God. I'm like, I'm myself, right? I'm like, please let me get there and get in there, and everything's gonna be okay, right? I get there, and I'm praying that Cole's late too. She was late 2 hours the day before. They had stopped her just like this, right? 2 hours. And I'm like, hopefully, maybe Cole will get stopped too, or maybe like whatever. Maybe they'll start a few minutes after 9. So I get there, and Chelsea said you were so thorough and dedicated. I appreciate the details. Thank you. I I I I want to try to be as thorough as possible. Um, because it's important. Like I want to try to get everybody the information that they need to get. And so like this, like I guess, like I said before, I guess like everything happens for a reason. Like there's no like coincidence about anything, right? And maybe like this happened to kind of like give me a little bit of an understanding and insight into other things. I don't know. Okay. Like I have no idea. I just things I just have to let life happen as it happens, right? So I get to the courthouse and it's 9:05. I get upstairs and um the officer gets in front of me at the door and he stops me from going in and he says you're not able to go in. Um He's like, the judge is very strict. She is not going to let anybody in. Um, you'll have to wait until they go to break or until, you know, yeah, you have to wait until they go to break and come out of the courtroom to be able to go in there. So I was like, man, like, right? Because I'm like, this is insane. You know, I'm going to pull this up so that I have it. So I'm stuck like outside in the like the atrium, right? Like in the holding area or whatever. And so I go and I sit on because you're like 3 floors up, right? Um and the courthouse is an older courthouse. I would say that it's pretty beautiful, but you're up on the 3rd floor and like it's like this big circle around like the staircase. You look down, it's like the like it kind of reminds me of the Eye of Apophis, like the eye ring, right? Like that's really like it's crazy to think about it like that. But like you have the big opening, like this circle, right? I know I'm sound stupid maybe, but so I was sitting over uh waiting in an open seat on the other side of the courthouse like little thing and the guard like comes and walks over to me again, right? It's so weird. And he's like, the courtroom is full. And I'm like, okay. And he's like, and you can't go in there. And I've already had to tell some other media person that they could go in there before you, right? And I kind of look up at him and I was like, I don't understand. I was like, I understand that the courtroom's full and I understand that I can't go inside right now. And I was like, and I'm sitting here, like, I said, I don't understand. Am I doing something wrong? He's like, well, no, I just wanted to let you know that this place is pretty full. So it made me feel like, it gave me the impression like he was coming over there, like to kind of tell me, like, you need to move along, but didn't want to be rude to tell me that I needed to move along, right? Aaron said, guess I just answered your question. Yes, part of me is still present. I'm sorry. There's so much here that, yeah. So, anyways, he walks over to me and he's like, it felt like kind of like an aggressive kind of like, hey, you need to like get up and move. And I was like, am I doing something wrong? And he's like, no. And it struck me, right? Like I just kind of like stopped. And the only way that I could describe it is like when you're just like, I was already frustrated that I couldn't get in the courtroom, right? Like I'm mad at myself that I made it too late, that I can't even get in the courtroom. But I'm not mad at him. Like I'm mad at myself, right? Because I'm like, you should not have been on the live with T until fucking midnight, Chrissy. You should have got your little ass up a little bit earlier and you should have got in the car. You should have left the house. Like I'm sitting there scolding myself, y'all. Right. And it's like you have the little like devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other, right? And then this guy comes over and he's like, you know, it's full, kind of like you're not going to get in there type. Like, you know what I mean? And the little demon part on your shoulder is like, girl, what did he just say to you? And the little angel's like, now, Chrissy, now you know, Chrissy, stay calm, Chrissy, don't cuss him out, Chrissy. And I just like the irritation was palpable, right? That had built up there for a second. Ladybug said, True Grit, this is all part of the story too. You don't always have to be in the courthouse. Your input is invaluable. And you know the players. You're fine keeping you. Thank you. Dick Redshirt said, longest story ever. Jesus. Well, that's okay. I mean, listen, I'm a talker. I'm a storyteller. If that's not for you, then maybe like you you shouldn't be here because I can talk your ear off. Not trying to be rude, but um, if you want to hear my input, welcome. Okay. Um, but at any rate, like, you know, the good and the bad, like when that dude walked over to me, because I was already irritated with myself. So like the good and the bad was like fighting. And the bad's like, girl, you better cuss them out. And the good's like, let it go. And I had to stop myself for a second. And right as I was about to say something smart ass to the kid, I just took a really big, deep breath and it hit me. And I said, oh, I know what this is. And I looked at him and I was like, listen, I was like, I understand. I was like, you don't have to be upset. And he stopped for a second and he looked at me and I was like, you don't have to be upset. I was like, and I get it. I was like, you're just doing your job. Like, I know it's not your fault. I said, I know you're not responsible. Like, I'm not holding you responsible that you can't let me over in that doorway. Okay. I said, I know it's not your fault. And like, the kid just kind of like stopped and he like took this big sigh of relief and he's like, thank you. Because I don't know if maybe like people have been like upset with him, you know, like Chelsea said, I probably would have snapped. So you made the right decision. I know, because I'm telling you, man, like because I was already mad at myself, you know what I mean? But then, like, I have to remind myself, like, things happen for a reason, right? So, yeah. Um, so at any rate, so I was like, I get that it's not your fault. He's like, he goes, thank you. He's like, I had to turn like another media person away. He's like, so I feel kind of bad. He's like, but um this is the job. And I was like, well, it is what it is. Like, you can't get mad at yourself. You can't get mad at anybody else, right? So he like calms down for a second and he's like, okay, well, ma'am, you enjoy your day. Okay. Yeah, I will enjoy my day, right? So I turn around and, he walks away or whatever, and I'm still sitting there in the seat. And a few minutes later, Susan Hendricks comes up the stairs and she goes to go into the courtroom. And of course, he stops Susan Hendricks. Then he tells her, you can't go in. Aaron said it is also something that was posted on BH's Facebook, a picture of his palm on which is written Proud Serpent. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Some have said a password to the Dropbox. That's creepy, right? And Chelsea said, "We all know Franny is a stickler, right? Exactly." And because even and I call him a kid because the guard that was like at the door, um, he was like a fairly younger guy. You know what I mean? Like definitely younger than me. Um, I would say like he was like in his maybe early to mid 20s. You know what I mean? Um, I can't believe like that's crazy. That would be fucking insane if that was the password to a Dropbox. But you know what? Nothing would surprise me anymore. Absolutely nothing would surprise me, especially when it comes to, like online and stuff because like people do so many crazy things. They even backdoor communication to one another, like things that you see in this case, like I'm flabbergasted and I shouldn't even be. It shouldn't even like flabbergast me sometimes the things that I see, but yeah, it's insane. Um so at any rate, like I said, the kid came over to me and he was like, you know, the energy was just like, you know what I mean? Like waff, waff, waff. But as soon as I explained to him, like, I wasn't mad at him. Like, I understand he had a job to do. Like, it wasn't like I wasn't tripping. Like, he was cool. Like, he walked away, right? So Susan Hendricks comes up and he turns Susan Hendricks away and she goes and she sits down um, over there. And something that I thought was really interesting, and I just have to say this, I don't understand why this was happening or whatever, but I did notice something that I would like to point out. And it's nothing against anybody, it's not saying anything bad about anyone. But during the hearings, like every time that I've gone to the different hearings, there's always been like this strict courtroom um, decorum, right? Like if somebody goes into the courtroom, uh, you can't stand in the courtroom, right? And if you got up and you leave to go to the bathroom, they would not allow you to return back into the courtroom until after like so say like if you got up and you walked out of the courtroom and there was a person on the stand, a witness on the stand, if you got up and you walked out of there while that witness was on the stands to go to the bathroom, because this happened to Bob on that day on March 18th, right? Bob got up and he went to the bathroom and They would not let him back in until that witness that was on the stand had concluded their testimony. And then after that, then they would allow him back into the proceedings. And I watched this happen. Okay. So, like, I know, like, this is fact for real. What I did notice is there were a couple people who were able to get up during the proceedings. They were able to, like, leave out of the courtroom. They could go to the bathroom. They could go smoke a cigarette. They could go do a couple things. And they were able to come back and get right back into the courtroom. I don't know how that works out. Like, I don't know why. I don't know if they just happen to be like magic where they can like get in and out without the guards like noticing. I have no idea, but I just found that to be really super duper interesting because I've not been able to like dip out and go to the bathroom and come back in. That has not happened at all. Like, I have not been able to do that. So, one of the people that like I saw that was able to do that was like kind of came out of the courtroom and started having conversations with um with Susan Hendricks, because Susan Hendricks was sitting there, and then Holman had kind of like walked up and started to engage um in in conversation with her, right? And then um Frank Meister had come out into like the hall area or whatever and started to engage in conversation with them. Um, and so I, when I had walked up to the courthouse, and, like after sitting there for a few minutes, um, and after that kid had, said what he said, I sat there for a few minutes, and at one point I decided that I was going to go ahead and get up and go outside. Um, and I went to my car, grabbed a couple of things, smoked a cigarette, and I went walking back toward the courthouse. And as I was walking back toward the courthouse, I saw Frank Meister and Jinx outside. Um, they were smoking a cigarette, and uh, Frank's like, "You're late." And I was like, "Yeah, I know I'm late, And I had got here, and I'd already tried to get into the courtroom, and I was unable to get into the courtroom because I was 5 minutes late. And they said that I had to wait for the next break. And so, like, Jinx was on the phone. She was like talking a mile a minute. She was like so mad. And I was like, "What's going on?" And they were talking about the warden was on the stand, and like they were talking about, she was so mad. Like, she was like, "It's just," she was like, "The warden is on the stand," and Frank was mad, and he's like, "Yeah, the warden is on the stand." He's like, "It ain't nothing new." He said, regurgitated testimonies. Like, we heard this last year in June, right? Dick Redshirt said the shack is what connects all of the CSAM perps who have been arrested and have public Facebook profiles. They use symbolism to in plain sight so others have no idea what they're talking about. When you get bored, look up the CCM arrests after KK was arrested and look at their social media. If it's still public, you'll see. Yes. Yes. I've looked into a lot of that stuff, Dick Redshirt. It's very interesting to see everything going on. Really is. Um but anyway, so Jinx was so mad. Like, she was talking about umbrella statements and like all of this stuff, and Frank was like, I don't even want to hear this shit. Like, he's like, I'm so mad, so that was like kind of like the only thing that I had heard about it at first, right? So I was like, damn, like, I was mad at myself. So I go back upstairs, and they're having their conversation. Um, like this was after I went back upstairs. Susan Hendricks came up and Holman were having a conversation. Um, and they had told me that there was something about they were trying to get statements, that didn't. Like there were statements made about confessions that didn't fall under an umbrella blanket. And I at first didn't really understand until I uh, got a hold of some notes from somebody else that I'll be sharing. But um, it was really interesting. So I started to take some notation into my notes. Um, and I said, I was late and unable to enter the courtroom. I've heard that there was testimony again being heard in regards to last year's June hearing regarding, the confessions from the warden. Um, well, Richard Allen's confessions, but they were talking to the warden. Something about, umbrella statements regarding Kathy and Janice. Dr. Walla doesn't fall under the umbrella due in part to HIPAA. So I started to sit down and I started to take notation. Jerry Holman in is having a intense conversation with Susan Hendricks. Um, I wrote that she had arrived shortly after I was and denied entry into the courtroom. Um, the jail deputy indicated to me that the judge was a stickler for not allowing individuals in and out of the courtroom and that it was a distraction. And I said, I wrote down, and I can very much agree. I said, I cannot be upset with the deputy for enforcing the rules. It is his job. And as frustrating as the situation is, I was the one who woke up late and I was the one that got it held up on the road for the road repayment. The deputy also indicated to me that the courtroom is at full capacity. He's indicated that he turned another immediate affiliate away besides Hendricks and myself. Um, I don't know. Uh, and then somebody came out of the courtroom and they were having a conversation with Hendricks and Holman both. Um, that's kind of weird. The nearing is not for entertainment, right? Yeah, the hearing is not for entertainment. But it kind of like it really it was really kind of interesting, you know what I mean? So um so he was talking to Hendricks and Holman. Um and I wrote that I was determined to make it into the courtroom for the second half of the proceedings. Um and I was hoping that there was somebody. I wrote that I hope that there's somebody in here that can fill me in. So anyone could go. Yeah, Diamond Eyes, anybody could go. You know what I mean? You have to get there early enough. You have to line up. You have to go in. You have to follow the court decorum, obviously. Um, just whatever. Um, and as long as they get there early enough to get a seat, yeah, as long as you get there early enough to get a seat and you follow the rules, anybody could get in there. Anybody could go. Um, I just know that it's been said in the past that things that I saw at the hearings was that they definitely have the seats that are already set aside for members of the family. Usually, when it comes to members of the girls' families, I've seen at least minimum, maybe like 17, 18 people there, minimum that were there. Uh, for the family or in support of the family. There have been more than that there, but they definitely make sure that those seats are reserved first. And then the next set of seats, they said would go to like the media personnel. Um, and then from media person after media personnel, then members of the public are able to get in there and uh, get into the seats. Um, so yeah, I mean, you got to get there pretty early to get in where you fit in, because once it's full, it's full. Like they're definitely not going to let you in. Um, so then, as I was sitting there, and I was watching the interactions like go down, and I had been, note taking uh, my observations while sitting there in um, the waiting area. All of a sudden, like Frank Meister is very, very loud, and like he points over to me. That's Mama Libra scales, and he's talking to Holman and Hendrix. And like it caught my attention. I look up and I was like, huh? What? Like, and it was awkward, you know, super, super duper awkward. Um, because everybody's staring at you, right? So like, I was like, I don't know if I should get up and walk over there and talk to them, or should I just like sit here and like, I don't know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, it was so freaking weird. So I got up and I walked over there to talk to him. Um, and I met Jerry Holman, um, and Susan Hendricks. Um, I also got to have a bit of a conversation with Susan Hendricks, on her own by herself after that. Um, it was a really good conversation. She's a really nice lady, but it was really interesting. Um, I would want to remain anonymous, laugh out loud, right? Well, like the whole point, I guess, maybe like to be like the whole point of like sitting away and by yourself is so that you can separate yourself from stuff, And it's not anything like against anybody. For me, I kind of like to just sit back and observe. I think that that's really important. I think it's very important to watch the interactions of things that are happening around you. And the more that you watch, the more that you learn, you know, because it's information. It's key. Why do some YouTubers talk to investigators so easily and frequently, almost as if they're friends or on the same team or something? I don't know, right? So this isn't the first time that I've seen this type of thing. But the conversations, I guess, like discussion was very interesting as well. Um, and it makes me frustrated because, like, how sometimes people say things and you don't know if they say things because they want something to catch on and then go forward, or they're pulling your leg. That make any sense? But there was mention that there was a theory. Somebody had a theory that someone was interrupted during the commission of the crime, and that um, this said person who possibly interrupted during the commission of said crime is close to the area. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if they were just like saying this to just say it and see like where it would go, or if it's like actually something that they really for real feel like is viable. And it's really super weird that like why is an investigator discussing something like that with a layperson? Does that make any sense? Because I thought that that was supposed to like be like closed private information. So I don't know. Like it just, or maybe that was something that the person had said to them, and maybe that's something that they're working to find out. I don't know. It just, and then like, so then it just made me wonder. And I was like, wait a minute. I was like, this person that is supposed to be like possibly the person who may have, in theory, interrupted someone. Okay. Didn't they confiscate like a firearm from that person, or the rumor is that they confiscated a firearm from that person, you know? And Chelsea, he seems to discuss everything with everybody. Right. Diamond Eyes said, go with your gut. Bill says kind of violates the gag order. Yes. Okay. Because like he didn't say it himself. Like he had kind of walked over. They were like whispering for a second, right? And then Holman walks away, and then Frank Meister's like, yeah, that's the theory. And so, like, Susan Hendricks and I are both standing there, and it's like, what do you mean that's the theory? Right. And like, she's like, I don't understand. And I was like, well, he said they have a theory that somebody may have interrupted something during the commission of the crime, and it's somebody close. And so there is somebody that lived close to the area, like where the crime scene is or whatever, if you get on Reddit, there's like this photo where somebody is obviously like higher up in the wooded area. You can see a home from um, the site, the eye line of sight, um, from the crime scene itself, right? Does anybody is I want to make sure that everybody understands that we're on the same page, right? But I'm not as stupid like as somebody like seems to think that I am, because they discussed that this same person on Reddit. Okay. So they discussed this same kind of theory on Reddit. So then like, because I wondered about it when I got home. And then when I got home, I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna put this person's name in, and I'm gonna see what pops up. And they're talking about this same thing. So then that made me think, well, is somebody pulling my leg? But anyways, so uh does anybody know who I'm talking about, or do I need to say a name like out loud? I just want to make sure. If you're picking up what I'm putting down, put a 1. If you are not, put a 2. I was very surprised at how close some of the houses were to the trails. Yes. Yes, Grizz. Yes. Okay. Michelle says no. Okay, so is everybody familiar with like all of the area around the crime scene? Um, if you were to go to the crime scene where the girls were found, like near the shoreline, if you look up, there's like a house. It's like almost on the hill. It's an older house. Um, there was a there was K and uh, B, uh, last name starts with a W, that lived in the house. Okay, that's their house. So the story goes that Kay was out of town, like when this happened. She was in another state. I don't know if anybody had followed like the different things going on with Julie Melvin, like online, but she at one time had gotten um, uh, on a live stream with somebody, was indicating that there were search warrants served at that premises. Um, she had indicated that she had spoken to Kay that, like kitchen cabinets were, messed up, that the bathroom was searched, like that was a piece of interest, right? There was a police officer that made a point out of repeating that there was a house across the creek directly overlooking the crime scene. Correct, Aaron. Okay. So, um, so I'm like, wait a minute, so he's like, Frank Meister says, so the theory goes that they believe that Brad Weber may have chased off or, um, like caused the person who was perpetrating the crime uh, to be startled in some way and to take off. And I was like, wait a minute, you know? And Susan Hendricks is like, wait a minute, like, I don't, that, what? That doesn't like make any like kind of sense or whatever, you know? And so she was like, why would they be looking at him? And Frank says, well, because uh, they confiscated a gun from him that was, 40 caliber. And I said, well, is it true that the FBI searched that house? Because there was an indication somebody had said that the FBI had went over to that residence, that they had searched it, and that the bathroom was something of noted substance. And he says, yeah, but they searched the garage 7 times. And I had to let that sink in for a few minutes. Like 7 times. Like they searched the garage 7 times. Dick Redshirt said the ones who lawyered up. Yeah. Okay, so they searched the garage 7 times. I'm like, okay. Like, but like I don't understand. Like I'm I was just like kind of letting that information kind of sink in or whatever. And you know, and Frank Meister's like, but he did it. They're talking about the confessions, like in court, she's like, who's up on the stand? And he's like, it's the warden that's up on the stand. He's like, it's the same stuff regurgitated, blah, 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 because the subject kind of like changes. And, and he's like, but he did it, confessions. And she's like, well, confessions, like, do they think that he did it? Like, we're having this discussion, right? The garage where someone left flowers. Yes. Yes. So then when I got on Reddit, because at first I was like, that didn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Interrupted them. So then when I got on Reddit and Reddit was talking about the theory was that the killer or somebody that had something to do with the crime had went over to the garage of that residence, and that Brad Weber maybe startled them because he was coming into the garage as they were in the garage. I don't know. I don't know, guys. Like that's that's interesting to me. I thought it was interesting. Um so uh I saw Dr. Walla like in the court waiting area, and then the other lady from IA, I think the name was Kenneth Maps. Is that somebody? It was a lady. Michelle, I think that was at the Mears barn, which was torn down, I believe. Mears. They said something was left in the garage too, according to that that little Reddit thing. Like it was really, guys, it was just really weird. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why I had to wonder. I was like, is somebody pulling my leg? You know what I mean? Like, while we're having a discussion, you know? Um, so anyway, they start to talk about the confessions and they're like, did he do it? And I said, yeah, but um I was like, I don't know if it's true because I'm waiting to hear like from the witnesses. I said, but somebody had indicated that there were mental health problems before this, you know. Um, and Susan Hendricks was like, what do you mean mental health problems? And I was like, well, like there's indications that he may have suffered from, mental health issues. I said, but I don't know like the full extent of it. I'm waiting until we hear something of substance about it. And Susan Hendricks had said that she didn't even know, like, she hadn't heard anything about the mental health issues. Like, this was the first that she had kind of like heard about it. This was the first that she had heard about like the whole like confessions ordeal. That's why she was like wanting to hear it as well. Um, yeah, so it was really interesting. So uh there was that conversation. Um, and then basically, like, they went to lunch. Um, but I do have the notes from somebody that was in there so that I can share those notes with you guys um, for the morning portion. And then I can go back to my afternoon portion. Uh, of what I've got. So here, this person indicates that um, Dick said they asked to search again, and Brad refused since he's married. Supposedly, there were bike marks by the garage. Chelsea said that cannot be true, in my opinion. Aaron said, I'm shocked that experienced journalists are that easily fooled. Maybe not shocked, exactly. I guess disappointed is a better word. I just, it was so bizarre to me. Like, I don't know. Like, I just felt like the whole interaction was just bizarre. I hope that makes sense. Like, it's nothing like against anybody. It was so weird. Um, but it kind of gave me more, I guess, like more stuff to think about in that respect. Um, so at any rate, so this is what I guess had transpired from what I missed in the morning. So it says Rosie at 8:20. Rosie's sitting at a table. No other counselor are there yet. Dr. Wallace standing on the state side with her attorney. And they had said that there were like multiple attorneys there for her too. Um, Kathy and Janice look much more pensive today, whispering amongst themselves, cracking knuckles, locked in on what Rosie is doing and saying to Wallace's attorney. Chelsea said, I was talking about Susan not knowing about the confessions or mental health problems. That is what I think can't be true. Right. And that's why it just struck me as odd. You know what I mean? Just standing there, like listening, like it struck me as odd. I was like, right? Like, I don't know. It was really weird to me. Like, I was kind of surprised, I guess, that, you know, that was what was said. Um, it struck me as strange. Um, so it says goal at 8:40 comes in, getting set up. Baldwin is talking very gently and seriously to K and J. 8:55, Rick walked in, turned to K and J, looks at them closely, saying, "I love you guys." Very somber expression. Rick sits and turns and smiles at them for a few seconds, then starts looking up at the stained glass skylight. Um, and Baldwin begins talking to him closely. They start court at 9 a.m. Chelsea said it would make sense that she had an IDOC or lawyer from her employer and a lawyer paid for her liability insurance company. Yeah, she had a couple of uh, lawyers with her. So many tricks. Go with your gut, Diamond Eyes says. Yeah. So, I mean, and I hope you guys don't fault me because, like, I'm not stupid. Like, these are just things that I observed. These are things that were said. Like, I'm just I'm just giving it to you guys exactly how I see it, exactly what I experience. You can agree, disagree, whatever. Like, I can't help any of that. You know what I mean? Um okay, so when Gold comes in, she tells the council that jury questionnaires are going out to um, they're going out and they're making 600 copies uh, that will potential jurors. Okay, so they're jury questionnaires are going out to potential jurors and to make 600 copies, and they will go out next week. Um, the jury questionnaires should be returned by 8:23, and will go on paper. The flash drives for counsel. Uh, they will go on paper and flash drives for counsel, like all of the information. Um, they're going to have jury selection on 10/14. They want to do 50 per day for trial until the start on 10/18. So before I had said 50, 100 when I was on criminality, it's because the lady that I had initially gotten the first set of notes from, I think she wrote it weird and I misunderstood it weird. I don't know, but yeah, 50 people they want to go through, questioning for potential juries. Um, they want to start that on the 14th. They want the physical trial to start on the 18th. Rossi says that he was withdrawing the motion to suppress the second statement, which is included with the Holman interrogation that happened. Um, Rossi's opening statement says that they're dealing with constant violations of both U.S. and Indiana constitutions. There are 7 in total violations that they're dealing with. Rossi runs through a full list of criminal codes, uh, preparing the judge for issues that they will be arguing. In terms of statements, they talk about these 5 buckets. Number 1 is the family, 2, the other inmate companions, 3, the guards, 4, the warden and chaplain. Um, in writing is in parentheses, the number 5, the psychologist. Um, Diener says that they acknowledge that they filed to object based mostly on the statements to uh, Walla. They agree about the 5 buckets, but note that there's multiple people in each bucket. Um, they talk about nursing staff, doctors, etc., that are all in the bucket. And Rozzy states that the chaplain is off limits because there is a reference to a letter that was written to the chaplain, but Rozzy could never locate it to obtain it. Um, let's see. Giving Goal, Rozzy gives Goal a thumb drive of all of the statements and video. Um, that it says there's a lot to dig through. Um, and there was a statement like that there was a handheld camcorder on Richard Allen at all times. Anytime he moved, anywhere he went. So there's like hours and hours. So far, I've gathered that JH is one of the info pushing YouTube propagandists, Bill says. Okay. Yeah, it all of it is just fucking insane. Like to me, I don't understand. Like I know that people aren't supposed to be talking to them. I know that they're not supposed to be giving information out. Like I don't know. It's so much. But I mean, coming into this and you look at it. I mean, I think that I personally feel that there's something weird about that. Um, I would think that that's an issue, right? Because like this isn't the first time that like I've seen or heard that at all. Like this is an issue. Um, and I'm not saying anything bad about anybody. I hope you guys don't take it that way. Like I just, yeah. Wonder if that's for his safety or there's the video constantly. I don't know. I don't know. Um, but I do know like they were talking about in court. Okay, so this like him being on video and like all of his recorded phone calls and recorded stuff, like this was something that they indicated during the hearings that was put into motion to begin like the minute that he um came under I don't want to say possession, but it kind of, you know what I mean? Like the minute that he got arrested and the minute that like he was being, detained, that's the word. The minute that he was detained, they were making sure to capture this. In fact, I found it really interesting that the warden had said um, to that they were preserving it for like things like litigation, and it'll come here, so I'll get to it. Um, Yay, go with your wisdom, Diamond Eyes says. I don't know, guys. All I can, like I said, all I can report back to you guys is like what I experience, what I hear, what I see. Um, and everybody has the right to kind of like take it in and gather the information and decide for themselves. Because I'm not just the only person. There are so many more people out there that can give you their experience. Yeah, I'm just telling you what I've experienced. So they said that they had a handheld camcorder used on him anytime that he moved, everywhere. So there's like hours and hours of um, footage. Some of it audio recording, and some of it is written footage as well. It says if the court grants, even in part, a second hearing may be warranted. So one time he might have said, I killed them. And then 6 months later, he said, well, I heard I confessed. So Diener pipes up and says that there's a lack of clarity. She asks the court to consider the law stated in their filings, aka all statements to the state actions, but no mention of them. But then once all suppressed. Diener continued to talk of law and custodial interrogation. And she asks, who is a state actor? Again, there was some clarity needed. And this person says their motion fails before the first agreement. Question becomes, is just anyone a state actor if we claim they are acting on behalf of the state? They want the court to rewrite the law. Jumping to involuntariness of statement before laying legal foundation. Mr. Allen's situation in custody is not unique. The court set the standard in place, implying it wasn't abusive or a coercive environment. So it says Dawn Stevens, Director of Operations Services, DOC, providing 5 years history of safekeeping. There's 36 pre-trial detainees in safekeeping and 8 were referred but denied. She said that the items requested to be suppressed is not supported with law in their motion. And she says that the defense is aware his statements were totally voluntary. They refer to 27B under trial rule. And Rozzi Rules says that trial rule 27B is supported by contentions and cognate reasoning, pertinent legal authorities. He says this motion does not reference all of the buckets that the state wants to drag into deciding if this is a custodial interrogation. But Rozzi says, regardless, that's all Fifth Amendment. This motion covers so much more, such as the right to self-incrimination, due process. He said there will be 2 definitions that will be of importance, Calypso and Walla. Rick is watching intently, nodding the head in agreement with Rozzi's words. And Rozzi notes a great deal of this info was provided by the state. Transcripts of officers, camcording, footage, etc. The state is the one who got all of that. Thus, there's nothing novel about amendments and rights. And then the next question, I guess, Gull asks is, how do statements to family come into an umbrella? And Rozzi says the 14th Amendment, because this hole in Westville, he was in circumstances neither Nick nor Gull agreed to. After months in solitary, he tells Gull that you are a fact finder and you must decide how these statements
how these statements were acquired, but once it's presented to the jury, it's more difficult for us to explain the law to the jury in theory. So Diener says they're asking the court to jump over custodial interrogation and find environmental factors to blame. The jury should hear all the statements and make an informed decision. So there's an indication that there were 61 statements made in the course of 2 months to several different individuals. And they ask, were Richard Allen's rights violated? Um, and there's a notation that says that there's lots of chatter at Rick's table while Diener is talking. And Rosie says, we are in the weeds about does this or that have exact legal findings, and that environmental factors do not exist. Rosie says that there's a 51-year-old man with no criminal history being incarcerated in solitary confinement without a due process hearing is novel. Gohl said that there's concern that there was no police interrogation and family can't be considered persons of state actors. Like, family can't be considered as a state actor. They take under advisement the motion to suppress the incriminating statement. Gohl I guess Baldwin had requested to Gohl that there be an issuance of an order of separation for witnesses. And so Gohl agrees with that. And so she orders that different witnesses be separated and go their separate ways or whatever. So Gohl issues the order of separation for witnesses. And Rosie calls Galeptu to the stand. Now, Galeptu is the warden for the Department of Corrections for 28 years, previously at Westville for 5 years. And he laterated more from 2,800 inmates to 54 teenage females because he took over a position in charge of teenage females at a different place, I guess. Rosie confirms he said at the deposition no pretrial detainees had been held like Allen in 28 years. That's weird. He agrees that Allen had very little or nearly no privacy. He agrees that the cell unit is a prison within a prison. Westville Central Unit, either also known as Westville Correctional Unit, is basically a fence within walls. There's a video camera in Richard Allen's cell 24/7 recording all of everything that he was doing in his cell. Also monitoring, I can't read. Oh, they're also monitoring suicidal offenders. They said that there are a total of 55 cells in WCU, and not all of these 55 cells have cameras. And the cells that do have cameras only have video, no audio. Galeptu instructed all of his staff to preserve all video, but not day one. Okay, so he wanted all but day one's video to be preserved for the purposes of transparency and litigation. Galeptu is on the Netflix documentary Girls Incarcerated, and they make him look way nicer or better than he is. I haven't seen that, Chelsea. I'm gonna have to check that out. Um, Benny Beagle says, before I forget, Susan Hendricks on Nancy Grace said that it was chilling for her to see Rick Allen because he was the one saying, guy. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah, it's insane to me. And I don't know, because I've never heard him really talk, right? Like, there is that video, I guess, that's out there where he's on, is it the ski slopes or whatever? Is that it was like a machine thing. And you barely just hear him speak. You know what I mean? Like, you don't hear full sentence, nothing. And like when we go to court, I've not heard him speak one time. Like, I've never really heard him say anything. So I don't know. I can't say, oh man, I heard him speak and that's the guy. Like, I'm not going to say that that's it for real, for real. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's interesting for sure. Okay. Um, so he's the warden instructed all of the staff to preserve the video, um, but not the first day, but for the purposes of transparency and litigation. And Hendricks has heard the man actually say it to her face, I'm sure. I said, come on, guys. Yeah, I'm going to loom for that one, Diamond Eyes says. Chelsea says, Bill, it was a demotion. He also committed fraud against IDOC, letting his family use warden housing against the rules. Oh, my. I will have to look. Like, that's crazy. And I will have to check out that Netflix documentary because I have not seen that one that Chelsea is talking about. And I love documentaries. So give me just a second. Get myself situated here. So he wants to preserve it for the purpose of transparency and litigation. And I felt like, by the way, like that was really important that, they had talked about that when he was on the stand, because in the afternoon when I was able to get in there, it was really interesting. Especially the third day, even though I wasn't able to get there for the third day. The notes definitely are interesting because then that kind of definitely gives you much more to talk about. Uh, he looked very sheepish, realizing what he had just said, and nobody said anything for a hot moment, all on video. If you Google and research Galepu, you'll see he's not a great guy, but the Netflix doc makes him look like a hero. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. I know he's like I've looked him up on Google, but yeah, it's crazy. Okay. So they talk about that the lights are left on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Ladybug says people have a hard time wrapping their minds around the fact that if video was faked, then so was the soundtrack. There are many questions to be answered about that. Fitting seems that there's a lot of corruption in that area. There's a lot of shit going on in that area. It it boggles my mind, all of the things that they have going on in that area, that you just see like digging through like the past history of everything. I don't know. Um so they discussed um a window at a deposition. Um they talk about it being a slit that's 5 by 10, and the bottom is elevated head level. Um, so essentially, apparently, like essentially, you can't see out of it. Um, they talk about how Richard Allen's window in that particular cell was scratched and that it had to be replaced. Uh, they talk about 3 to 4 1 hour rec sessions a week. Um, so at the deposition, they talk about, the warden had said, they offer 3 to 4 1 hour rec sessions a week. But today, while on the stand, he indicated that they offer 5. Okay. Did you see any of that? Tara told Hendrix that he stares them all the time. What? Chelsea, yes. Benny, he was on amounts of Haldol to a vegetative state. Diamond Eyes, even if he wasn't, she gave out misinformation. She can't say that as fact. She is irresponsible. That's so much. Oh my God. So much. I don't know. Like, insane to me. I don't know. Anyway, so apparently he indicated that there were 5. Richard Allen spent 90 days in solitary confinement. That is against the Human Rights Commission. Mandela. He spent more than 90 days in solitary confinement because, yeah, Rosie had said it was like 12 times the amount, the normal, like, insane. Like, we'll get to that. But, okay, so, um, Kalepo said that he can't remember when, when WV placed on suicide watch. He couldn't remember when Westville had placed Richard Allen on suicide watch, and Rossi says 4-1. Um, and they indicated that when he's placed on suicide watch, that like his privileges of being able to go outside goes away, right? So does he has visitation from others fully. He's fully shackled. Uh, no, there's a standard cuff box, ankle shackles, belly chains, cuffs on a cuffs on a something. I can't read that word. There's multiple guards, according to the warden. Diamond Eyes, when she was on court TV, she was in her hotel room, worried about how the lights made her look, and was worried about her appearance. Yeah, I would think, well, like intentionally trying to break him down. It's really weird because like they said that the lights are on 24 hours a day. It's loud. Like they talked about how that affected him later on in the afternoon. Um, Diamond Eyes said, "Keep him shut up." It's wow. Okay, so They said visitation from attorneys. So when he gets his visitation from attorneys, he's fully shackled. Um, there's no standard box cuff, ankle shackles, belly chain, cuffs on. He's led by multiple guards, according to the warden. And Rosie said there's a handheld leash um, that's around his neck. Um, and they use the handheld camcorder, and he's always recorded whenever he moves to attorney, to shower, etc. And there's only one person that does that specific job to record him. And uh, the warden agreed that they had initially recorded his attorney meetings um, with the camera on Alan at all times while he was fully shackled. Mm. Kayla said how many other non convicted people are kept in this manner. Richard had been kept, I'd say, zero. They purposely tried to make him nuts, right? Diamond Eyes says Flint Farmer's sister said her brother was treated the same way. It's insane to me. Insane. Okay, so the warden agrees that yeah, they initially recorded the attorney meetings, and they kept the camera on Alan while he was fully shackled. The warden says it's because he was on suicide watch. He was denied water and food during visits. Um, and though there were water fountains and 10 vending machines in the room, he was not allowed to have access to any of it. The warden says that that is just policy. Um, he says, so Rosie says you can have a Pepsi, but no water. And the warden said yes. And apparently there was an audible sigh in the courtroom to this. Um, so they want to discuss the door slit. They acknowledged that Richard Allen had been tased in the slit because he could have been a threat to his officers by not removing his hands and not complying. Um, mm, mm, mm. That's insane to me. Okay, so yeah, they could tase him through that slit. Acknowledges tased in slit because he could have been a threat to his officers by not removing his hands and not complying. 3 to 5 statements he's heard about through the door cell, aka the slit. The warden says that he never documented um, the statements. I killed the girls. Abby and Libby sums up the contents of what he's heard about, the warden says. From November 22 to 12/23, did L.E. ever come to talk to Rick? No. Uh, I don't recall that or guards, was the answer. Um, Rosie asks, about prison life in general, and um, the warden says that it's tough, that Richard never said, I want to be here, and he agrees that it's especially tough for somebody if they had never been to jail before. Um, And then they start talking about the Plus program. Um, they talk about the overview of the Plus program and the benefits to the companions in theory. And these companions are entrusted with a little bit more responsibility. Uh, the companions get to do, oh, they get to live in the Plus housing and it's nicer. The warden says that it's they get more amenities, but generally a community of just positive people. Um, they give the inmates companions pens and paper when they are monitoring. They claim that it helps the custodial staff. Rick was enters something with companion actions, words, behavior, etc. get logged. Uh, so the personnel don't, you know, consult with the warden when placing on the workers. Um, so he says that Walla writes the orders as far as the suicide watch goes. Criminality, hi, beautiful. Welcome in. So they said that okay, so Rick was uh interminglingly with I want to intermingling with companion actions, words, behavior, etc. logged. It's kind of like a little bit of chicken scratch. Um, MH personnel don't consult with the warden when they're placed on suicide watch. Walla writes the order for the suicide watch. Um, the Plus program prohibits two-way communication. However, Rossi indicates that there was, the two-way communication with a guy named Jason Telly, Lacey Patton, and there's transcripts and statements. Yay! Hey T, red shirt. Dick says, I'm confused on how the FBI seems to look the other way and are just collecting information and waiting for the right time. Yes, everybody's having a beautiful Saturday, I think. I am. Um, I think I don't know, like it's really hard to see like what's going on with the FBI, but then I wonder like I don't know. I wonder about the aspect of like possible RICO um investigation. But then like if you look at the past things as far as like RICO investigations go, like, they span over a really long time. I mean, we're seeing like the efforts of RICO investigations playing out now, especially when it comes to things like corruption between the Los Angeles Police Department, the Las Vegas Police Department. Like in the 90s, right? You had the LAPD riots and stuff like that with, the Rodney King riots and um, Tupac shooting. And, that's all playing out like now. And then you had in the 90s, there was instances of what they accused to be police corruption in like the Boston area. Um, I guess like some really interesting documentaries to watch like on Netflix, I guess, to explain like the Boston stuff would be like Trial 4. Um, I'm hoping that it's Rico.
too, for real. I'm hoping it is. But like they talk about that it takes like 30 years for a RICO investigation to like completely play out. You know what I mean? Like I remember when Pac got shot and I moved to Indiana a week after Pac got shot when I was a kid. Um because that night that he got shot, my foster parents, like they would, like I was in a group home and there was like 16 of us, and like on the weekends they would take us to the strip, the Las Vegas strip, downtown Las Vegas, and we would just kind of like go run around like between like the different casinos and stuff like that. Like these were the days like you could actually walk on the sidewalks like in downtown Vegas, and you didn't have to like go on these like little monorail like type walk sidewalk themabobbers, you know, and all that stuff. Grizz said, I can't see criminality for some reason. No, that's terrible. You should be able to see her. You have a wrench. Of all things, you should be definitely be able to see her. Oh, you're blind as hell. Never mind. Okay, good. Good. But yeah, so I remember like when Tupac got shot, we were supposed to go downtown to go like run around the area, and they knew that the fight for Mike Tyson was happening, and my foster parents were telling my foster sisters because Tina and Fawn and Farah really wanted to like go down there, like they were hardcore, like we're gonna get down there, like we're gonna go. Um, and my foster parents were like, we're not going down there. Are you crazy? The traffic's going to be nuts. We're not going there, you know? And so we didn't go. And then when Tupac got shot and all of that stuff happened, and they had him at the University Medical Center, like all of that was nuts. You know what I mean? And it's crazy to think. Not DB. Great job covering this. Thank you, DB. And like I know it's like super long and I go on like different tangents or whatever. I'm sorry, but like this was like a super long stretch of everything going on, guys. And I'm just doing all 3 days at one time. Might as well chalk it up and charge it to the game and get it out of the way. Never mind you, criminality. Hashtag dismiss this case, Diamond Eyes says. Um, so yeah, so like I remember when Pac got shot, and then like to think like that has been so long right now, and like all of this stuff is coming out, and yeah, it's insane. Dr. NB said, you sincerely do an excellent job covering this case. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Um, I just try to do as best as I can. I think that it's important to just get the information, get it out there. Um, because I really do care like about this case. I really do care about what's going on. Um, and I really do feel like that there are genuine changes that absolutely need to be made, you know. Um, even if, like I said at the beginning, like even if nobody like gets along and everybody hates everybody and nobody is anybody's cup of tea, the biggest takeaway that I can gain from this is that whether you like the next person or not, everybody is here for one sole reason, and that one sole reason is coming together to find justice for two young children who lost their lives. And so I don't, Ladybug said, I don't think we want this case to be dismissed. I think we want it to go through so that the facts will come out, like the phone information and other things. We need the truth, not a storyline. Yes, exactly, Ladybug. You know, and I think that it's so important that whoever was like, whoever did this, whoever was connected to this, like,
They need to be held responsible. How often did you hear about pre reporting? Who's pre? Truth in that justice is critical. Ladybug, I felt like they did a better investigation. The defense, I agree. Yeah. Oh, I meant not much. Sorry. Thank you. Laugh out loud. Okay. So, yeah. Um, okay, so let's go on this. So it says that the Plus program is supposed to prohibit two-way communication, but there were obviously two of these inmate companions, Jason Telly and Lacey Patterson, Patton, Lacey Patton, um, transcripts and statements. Um, so yeah, like I said before, like the Plus program is a faith-based program. It's usually for people who, um, have had issues with like drugs and alcohol, um, outside of, prison. You do get paid to be in the Plus program. You get $1 a day. It's like one of the highest paying jobs in the prison. Um, PRE is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. It's a huge reporting requirement. Yeah. Crazy, crazy. Um, Ladybug says, Dick Redshirt, absolutely. The whole thing is there were others that were overlooked with more evidence to support involvement. Why? What are they distracting us from? Exactly. Well, I think another thing, like if you peep game and you pay attention, like for example, I had mentioned it before, um, and I'm not really sure how many people who caught this, but like when we went to the state Supreme Court hearings for Richard Allen, like while we're on the third floor and we're going to those hearings regarding his, constitutional rights and things, on the floor below us, did you guys know that they were doing like hardcore stuff for human trafficking of children? Like they were having seminars to talk about the dangers of like human trafficking. As I've started to like dig into this case and like dig into stuff, um, it's really crazy how Carroll County has become very, very big participants and really like are digging into getting involved with the awareness of human trafficking. I don't know. I thought that was really interesting too. Um, you got to peep game. Uh, just insane. So I'll keep going with the notes. So not TV said thank you is still undefeated in Delphi debates. Jeez. Okay, so Lacey told Rick about his baby mama drama and or spoke to his baby mama about Rick. Um, and it says in parentheses that it was hard to hear some with Jason Elliott. Um, the warden acknowledged this violates the rules and then acts like he doesn't know exactly what the rules are. Um, how did the companion log sheets get from the prison to law enforcement? I think yesterday, uh, I think it was pretty like interesting, and you saw how that was happening, right? So, um, The warden said that he was unsure because he didn't approve it. He talked about the log sheets go to Walla, and then they go to the office with a request, and he claims that he did see the request. Um, so the question is how did they get from the central office to law enforcement? And the warden says he has no clue who hands the exchange en route to central office. So he has no idea who they're handed off to while they're en route there. And that they did not share any of this with Alan. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. So, um, it says guards. Uh, on 423, there was a notation of bizarre behavior triggered. The guards assigned. So they assigned guards instead of the companion inmates. Um, they there's a notation that he was covering. Richard Allen was covering himself in feces, and um, it became a legal issue, and the guards would more accurately fill out log sheets. Damn, that's insane. Okay, so Rozzy um, and Galapoo continued. So it says it's now 10:30 a.m. The Department of Corrections has a contract with GTL, which is the phone service place for monitoring the phone service. Uh, the Department of Corrections set up the NGTL setup and tablets. Um, Cell setup. The bed frame is a metal slat about 1 inch off the floor, which with a mattress. The cell next door has elevated beds, so like, oh man, he's in the nasties. So only his table had, or only his cell was one that had no table or chairs. And he was given a cardboard box to eat on. Of course, there's a steel toilet like a few feet away from the bed. And, they ask the warden, is this standard? And the warden says, yes, this is something that's standard. So they're talking about, okay, so now it's the warden being asked questions by Diener. Um, so she asked, did you have a choice? And he said no. Um, Instructions came from Central Records that he was to be assigned to Suicide Watch. Only 3 other cameras in the cells existed before Alan got there. Um, there was a separate order to video him out of the cell, and it says it came from few months later from Central Office. I don't know. Hi, Louise. Welcome in. Um, so so Diener is still talking to the warden, and so the warden says that he can dim his light in the cell. That his window is the same as everyone else's. But Dr. Walla requested that the scratched window be fixed. Um, and another request that Dr. Walla had put in was to replace his tablet at no cost. The warden says um, Rick fast tracked his first tablet, and there are other inmates that are convicted that still do not have the first tablet. Says when Rick gets a visitation from family, it's not normally allowed in segregation. So, like, wow. Um, I guess my biggest takeaway from that is like he's like, he's treated better than the other like people in prison and stuff like that. But I think like they have to remember is that this man is not yet convicted of the crime. So of course like he needs to be treated like differently, and of course like he's a pretrial detainee being held in the Department of Corrections. The segregated area doesn't normally get visitation, but he's not like a Department of Corrections person. You know what I mean? Like it's crazy. Dick Redshirt said not be DB. He was in the middle of his lies. I mean, the story, and you kept popping up. Laugh out loud. All lies says, imagine being left in solitary confinement for the last year and a half and then being let out because it took a judge that long to figure out it was arbitrary bullshit, right? Um, DB says, I suspect his tablet got fast tracked because it was an issue for pretrial inmates by restricting their communication. Yeah, no shit. But not just that. Like, again, like, think about this. He is not convicted of this crime. He's a pretrial detainee and not even being held in the county jail at that point. He was being held in the Department of Corrections. Like, there had to be. He's somebody who actually had rights that are afforded to him. He's not like an inmate of the Department of Corrections where like they literally, you know what I mean? Like they are in charge of you. And yeah, they sure are interested in knowing what he's doing. They are sure interested in knowing what is happening at all times. Like, and that was pretty much pointed out like at the hearing and stuff, like as the afternoon went on, as we started to listen to the testimony of the oh heck, my lighter just went out on me. Yeah, they're basically treating him as if he's already been convicted. Exactly. So it's like, he may not be convicted, but you're pretty much we're holding him. He's in our area, so he's gonna like go with the way that we outline it. You know what I mean? I hope that makes sense. So, um, yeah, they're monitoring every little thing. So, they talk about him being, that convicts that had been there still don't have a tablet, and he had one fast tracked. And when Rick gets a visitation, which normally is not allowed at segregation, it is because it's a restricted housing unit. What's up? I'll switch you rooms. Okay, hold on a second. I'm just gonna switch you guys. Like, I'm gonna switch rooms and just take you guys and set you down. So, give me just a second. Can you hold that, please? And thank you. Yes, ma'am. Give me just a second. Sorry, y'all. I was in my mama's room doing the live, and she wants to be able to go to bed. And my brother is in the living room watching TV. So, give me just a second.
Okay, give me a second. I gotta turn down this Reba. Oh my goodness. All right, y'all, I'm back. Okay. So Dick Redshirt said, did I hear wrong or did someone threaten his wife's life to get a confession? I mean, when you think about like all of this stuff, like they said that he was like constantly asking like was his wife safe, was like his family safe and stuff. I mean, I wouldn't imagine somebody would be upset and asking those types of things unless that wasn't, something that was threatened, in my opinion. I don't know. It's just it's too much. Too much craziness. All right. So let me go down here. Okay. So Kayla says the dogs staying at my facility have larger rooms, better accommodations, go outside 3 times a day, and have rec every day. Compare that with a currently innocent man. Aaron says, are you guys aware that Brian Phillips was jailed due to Hammond and Liggett analyzing voice recordings of inmates and compared to a Packers bomb threat? What? That's how they got the information, Aaron? I didn't know that. All Eyes said they record him 24/7, but never figured out how his shirt got stained and torn. 61 state witnesses never stopped confessing, but zero heard or saw entire face get bruised or clothes tore up. Yeah, right? It's very strange. Um, Dick says, "Oh wow." Aaron says, "I bet you wish you could provide the dogs with an even better conditions too." Yes. It just I don't know. It's so much. Like it's so crazy. Like all of this. Okay. So uh so they're talking about his tablet being replaced at no cost. He's a convicted inmate. Didn't even get that. He gets visitation when he lives in a segregated area and nobody else is getting that. So they feel like he's getting already extra treatment. And it says Diener, being sarcastic, said, did you tell him that he had to confess to his wife to get a visit? And the answer was no. Other question, essentially, Rick followed DOC protocol for RHU inmates. Sometimes they made special exceptions. What the hell is an RHU inmate supposed to be? Westville Charity Facility? That's just, what the fuck? And again, like, I don't understand. I don't understand. When they implemented these practices into the law for the state of Indiana that says, hey, if you get, arrested for a felony, like, we don't have to hold you for pretrial detainment here at the county jail. If it gets overcrowded, they can send you over to the Department of Corrections. Why wouldn't the Department of Corrections have something specifically slated for expectation of inmates of this nature possibly coming their way then. You know what I mean? Restricted housing unit. Okay, thank you. That's what it is. Restricted housing unit inmates. Sometimes they mean special exceptions. But I don't think that that means that just because he's in a restricted housing that he should have to go without his family visitation. Ladybug says it's simply inhumane, period, unconstitutional, whatever anyone believes as far as innocent or guilt. This is unfair to all citizens. Yeah, and it makes you think twice about like whether or not you want to get involved with anything. You know what I mean? Like sometimes they need special exceptions. Okay, so uh, as far as the tasing go, so he wouldn't remove his hands. Um, and the guards would be in trouble if they just walked away. So basically, you're saying like he wouldn't remove his hands, and if they didn't tase him, that they would get in trouble. What? Seriously? Like, so you're actively like forcing your guards to do that? I don't know. Why not move a convicted prisoner to another facility if short on space? Oh, it there's so much to that shit. The Department of Corrections. Oh yeah, and that was something else that popped into my mind. I don't know if criminality is still here or DB was still here because there was some they were talking about like in I don't know, was it criminality? It might not have been criminality. It might have been DB was talking to it might have been Yellow or Angie. There's so much going on. Anyways, they were talking about what happens when somebody gets it was Angela. Okay, so they were asking about what happens when somebody like gets their mail into the Department of Corrections, right? And there was like an incident where they had said something about like pages received like so they could keep from getting like synthetic drugs on the paper. So like somebody in the room receives the mailroom gets the mail and then they process it or whatever. So there is somebody that's like an administrative like mail person that's at the prisons, and so they go through your mail. Like when it comes in, they go through your mail, and if they feel like there is something that could be on the paper that's compromised, they will make a copy of that, and then they will give you a copy of like you know what I mean, what you get. um and like I'm just gonna say it, like I do know it for personal experience. I did serve time in the Department of Corrections. And like I said, sometimes like if you got a photo that they didn't think that you should like were allowed to have, like they got that and that's it. You know, um, they would call you down to like their administrative office or whatever and say like it was a photo that your family sent in that you weren't allowed to have. Somebody would say, okay, this is some items that didn't pass whatever you know inspection for this reason. They would allow you to read the whatever it is that came in, or maybe you could see the photo, but then they would have you readdress it to send it out. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so that was the inexperience that I know that I had. um Dr. NB said, can you imagine if we had to rely on mainstream media accurately and thoroughly reporting on this trial? You wouldn't see half the things. You wouldn't hear half the things that we're discussing if it was left to mainstream media right now, Dr. NB, in my opinion. Because in my opinion, as I've read like through all of like the media stuff, like there are things that have been said and done at these hearings that I know for a fact that I have not seen anything written up about. Nobody's talked about, and it boggles my mind. It really does. Um, so let's see. So they talk about that Rick probably had 8 companions that were rotated out so that nobody would get too much access or try to pump him for info, um, from a high profile resident, and get access to his legal mail. Um, so yeah, that's insane to me. Companions should only log the behaviors. Um, then it says something about the warden, Major Canet, and Captain Gary Lewis. Oh, are the only people who were permitted to go into his cell, um, to protect his legal mail. Again, uh, the guards had inserted to the warden once that his behavior was odd. Only once did he have to tell the companions. Oh, he only once had to tell a companion to stop him from self harming. And I wonder how that works. I really do. The logs go into a lockbox when done, and the lockbox is not always locked. But now they've implemented new protocol to do that. Um, yeah, like the old days. Well, there you go. Okay, so and I wonder about that too because like if they're not supposed like how do you have a companion person? Like you're not supposed to be talking to them. I mean, I guess they do kind of talk like but how does that work when okay, so if you're an inmate and you have a companion, right? And you tell your companion that you feel like you are in a position that you want to self-harm. What does the companion do after that? The companion had to tell Rick not to self harm. Does the companion go and go to a guard and say, "Hey, I just want to let you know this individual is talking about self harm." Mm-hmm. Do they then make a report to like the warden or whomever? It's really I don't know. It's really weird. Ladybug says, at Dr. NB, I've been getting Orville vibes for a while at Dick Redshirt. I'm glad the world is watching, if only some YouTube channels, but it is getting attention. Yeah. But I wonder how that goes. Like, I wonder what happens at that point. You know, do they alert the guards to what's going on? Um, do the guards do then go in there and say, "Oh yeah, this dude is like thrown off, and now it's time to give him a shot of Haldol." Like, I don't know because we know. I mean, there were a couple times that they had talked about that he had to have the shots, but I just don't know exactly how that worked there. Uh, so the guards never. Okay, so the warden says that the guards were never instructed to ask Alan about his charges. Um, the warden has no knowledge if they they did or did not blab to their family members about his statements. He's talking about the inmate companions. Um, it says Allen's legal mail was never originals, always a copy in case it's drug, synthetic marijuana paper. So yeah, that's pretty much like what that is. Dick Redshirt says it sounds like a setup. Um, Mr. Allen had written a request to speak with the warden and confess, and the warden says he sent that to IA, which is Internal Affairs. Um, at this point, Diener shows Cole some papers of exhibits showing the evidence of record of him sending a letter to IA on March 5th, 2023. And then it says in parentheses, another in March. The warden believes that these were two separate events. Very secure chain of custody for getting the docs to Internal Affairs. I'm glad at least we'll be able to see the transcripts at some point, and I'm glad that we have a few like me all that are paying attention and getting us close to real-time information. Oh, thank you, Ladybug. Dick Redshirt says, sound like a setup. All Eyes says, I know either Warden's testimony at the safekeeping hearing last year was bullshit or this year's was. So that's what I started to look at was the June transcript from last year. Because it just kept sticking out in my mind. Like, Frank kept saying, it's just regurgitated information. And like, I didn't go to the June hearing last year, but we definitely have like the awesomeness of criminality, because criminality was like, she went for it. She was like, let me get that transcript, which was awesome, right? Because like I started to look in the transcript and remember how on Criminality's Live we were talking about she was like, was Nick for this move? Was Nick against it? Like, she's like, and so we got to talking about the aspects. So when you look at the transcript last year from June, specifically when they have Tobe Lesenby get on the stand, Lesenby indicates in the transcript last year that Nick pretty much kind of said, it's not at my discretion where Richard Allen is housed, right? He says that lies in the discretion of the sheriff's department, right? And then it kind of like goes down and they talk about Nick's feelings on the situation, and it talks about how like he never really like said too much, but then like he didn't want that to happen, you know what I mean? So that was really interesting. And then there's some stuff that the warden talks about last June that are interesting too. So like definitely like I want to that's why I had asked Criminality if I could like go through the transcript from last June, because there were some things that I had saw in the transcript that I kind of wanted to go in and point out on another live. And also like I just kind of wanted to sit back and think about this as a whole. And when I look at it, and in my mind's frame, I know that like even talking to Frank, he was like, it's regurgitated. But in my mind, like I look at all of these like different hearings as like The Days of Delphi. It's like a big kind of like little soap opera type thing. Only problem is that the episodes take a long time to come together. You know what I mean? So I really wanted to sit down and start to piece together all of the hearings that we've been through, all of the transcripts, and I want to put all of the transcripts like at one time, like going through it at one time. So everybody is absolutely like refreshed and 100% on the same page when it comes to all of this. Um, and like I said, I really appreciate everybody who like has gone through. What? Do you need to go potty? Do you need to go potty? Hold on 1 second. I think Pups needs to go potty. All right, Dex. Oh my. All four of you?
They won't get out.
Dex has,
An hour ago.
yeah, but Dex has like a weak bladder. We think that he's got something going on with his bladder because he goes to the bathroom a lot. Anyways, okay, I'm back, y'all. So logically, Dick says, logically, all these states people covering for who has to be one of their own. What are they getting out of it? Follow that and you'll know who committed the crime. Ladybug says, it makes Dick Shirt, it makes me wonder who all had access to that Dropbox, honestly. Dick Shirt said, yes. Mandy Ray says 100. Ladybug says, other shady business happening too, though, with meth and trafficking. But that Dropbox, I think, is key. Yes. And Diamond Eyes says, hush, hush, sweet Delphi. Right? So, yeah. So that's what I kind of wanted to do was like, I kind of wanted to get all of those transcripts together, like in one, like, big stream. Because it's really interesting, like all of the different things that are said, you know. I think it's really important. So the warden believes that these were two separate events, very separate chain of custody for getting the documents to the internal affairs. And the warden says he visually looked at Alan daily for a few months, but he did not try to approach him or engage in conversation with him. Alan came to the bars to confess to the warden, but no details of the crime. Interesting. Came to tell you that he did it, but he didn't give you any details. Okay. Situation to med staff. No interrogations, no questions being asked of him. Mr. Allen indicated to him that he was being treated well. He was offered a loaner TV and he rejected it. And Allen never told him that he was being interrogated. So now it comes back to Rozzy re-examining the warden, and Rozzy asks him, can you access the inmate's criminal history? And the warden said that there is a program at the jail called Insight On-Site. It's like a case management program. It's a database, but the database of inmates is different. He said he can look up the crime history / inmates information via their packets in their records room. He says that he could look up like look up packets and other informations for other DOC facilities, but he for example, could not look up like information um, for information for people at Pendleton. Um, he said, him not having a choice to take Rick. Um, he reiterated that Richard Allen is only pretrial detainer. The control officer only allowed one view video in the cell at the time. Any control officer with new training, etc., really got into semantics about if it was a burden for him to replace the tablet. Um, Gal is being petty, not wanting to admit it was simple to walk to the next door units. And now the note says now disproving that it was a burden to allow Kathy to visit. Um, was that caught on video? Him confessing to these people. Apparently, there was a lot of stuff caught on this video. Like this is like the handheld camera stuff. So Rozzy said that there was a lot of video. But if he's like saying, okay, so for example, like what I didn't understand was that some of these confessions, like they're saying, like he claimed to have shot the girls in the back and, administered cuts, with the box cutter, like that doesn't make any sense to me when that doesn't fit the evidence. You know what I mean? Like the girls weren't shot. So how could they take that confession as like viable if the girls weren't shot in the back? Yes, I can understand that they're saying that there was a bullet found between the two girls, but if the confession doesn't match the evidence, I don't know. Like does that make like it doesn't really make much sense to me. I'm not sure how that could be even remotely like considered if it doesn't match. You know what I mean? I don't know. I guess maybe just the point that he said he did it, I guess, is insane to me. But then you would think that the investigators would want to prove that, yes, you did this and the evidence would match, or they know that you're full of shit and they know that you didn't do it. So they want to prove that you didn't do it because they want to make sure that the right person is prosecuted. I don't know. Let me get Dexter real quick. I'll be right back. Come on, Dex. Dexter.
Where? Hey, white man. Aurora. Hey. Bye.
I don't know what in the world you were doing under the house. Come here, Dax. What you are doing. Don't be a little fathead, y'all. Sorry about that, guys. So, okay. So I'm reading the notes that were taken here. So it says Rozzy and Gallipo continued. So in parentheses, it says that Gallipo was really getting snide. Gallipo says the guards at the door had pens and paper, prioritized by DOC to record things about Rick. And the answer was yes. They monitoring. Did the vet companions look at their HX? And he says no. Inmates talk to each other or snitch, and the answer was yes. He was unsure. The warden was unsure about companion training, but log sheets eventually go to WALA and or IA or Central Records. A great quantity of guards had been assigned, 5 for a haircut, and then there was one that was posted at his cell 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Diener was talking to Gallipo, and they were asking if a person came by Rick's cell twice a day to check on him or log notes, or did they remove him from the cell to go to a medical room for vitals. And they wanted to know when that started. I don't see like a date, like really that was answered to that. Access to the chaplain as requested weekly. And the warden said that Rick asked one time. The warden at 11:30, the warden released. Goal released the warden, and all of the attorneys were called to the bench. Next, Rozzy calls Kenera Maps to the stand, who is the WCF lead investigator, look into wrongdoing of staff, visitations, inmates. She's been there 27 years with 19 investigations and has the basic understanding of the safekeeping. Rozzy told her at the deposition that in her 27 years, she's never dealt with a safekeeping person. She's familiar with Rick, but she had never spoken to him directly. And so this was the information that I thought was really interesting, and how it contradicted other witnesses. So remember, like when they asked the warden about this program, this insight program that you could get in and you could look up Department of Corrections inmates, you can look up their PSI, all of that jazz. The warden's like, well, you can't look up people at other facilities, and you can't do this and you can't do that. But this was awesome because the warden just completely just looked stupid as fuck after this. Again, like straight up off top, if anybody was paying attention. So she's dealt with safekeeping orders. She was familiar with Rick's case, but she had never spoken to him directly. And it says, "Do you have a system to look up inmates' information at the facility?" Um, and they talk about that on-site program, um, OIS offender info system. Okay, so they have an OI offender inmate system, but their system for that has been down for a year. But Delta is the modern day, offender info system. Um, and only certain departments can use it. So the only departments that can use it is like the investigators, there, the admin, the warden, and caseworkers, and that would be the medical personnel would have access to that as well, right? Like Dr. Wallow would have access to that type of information and that type of program as well. And so they asked this internal affairs lady, can you use this program for personal use? And she says, no, it's against policy. And that if somebody had used this particular program, that she would be forced to get involved if a staff member was found to have done this. And it says any concerns with Valapoo Re Allen. Yes, asked to store videos, etc. Let me strike log sheets. They would provide videos from hard drives. They can be used in litigation. It says even talk to law enforcement, and the answer is yes. Mullins for one. Rosie asks Holman, but doesn't sound familiar to her. She was told they were coming to interview when he was new. She supplied them a camera. Okay. There was another time, the GTL phone system, that she helped provide them with a link to access Rick's recordings. Ever facilitate meetings with law enforcement and jail staff? And she said no. They said, hear of Norse paganism or Odinism, and she said yes. One of her jobs is to keep up with prison affiliations, and she's aware that there were staff that were wearing patches. She said that she's the lead investigator and that she delegates things to 8 others. And then Diener cross-examines Maps, and it says part of her job is to know if Plus Companion. Oh, do you know if part of the job of a Plus Companion is to get a time cut? And she says, well, no, that's not their job. Their job isn't just to do it to get a time cut, but are the time cuts given by the DOC? And she said yes. This is in regards to the cell video, not motion activated, always recording, short of a glitch or a technical issue. When do you DL cell footage? And it says as needed. She submitted docs that were relevant to Alan's stay. So the warden Galepu gave a letter from Rick to her department. One of her investigators got it, put it in an evidence room. And Rosie goes back and says, is there someone in that central room all the time? And she said that she's seen multiple people in there off and on. So that was interesting. So that looks like that was the end of that particular um, testimony there. I think. Go make sure. Because I'm pretty sure that was it. Okay, yeah, because I have my afternoon notes for that afternoon. So the afternoon, we'll go over here. Okay, so I hope y'all are still with me here. Um, so yeah, so uh, I'm finally to the second day afternoon portion for my notes and the witness that they chose to call for the afternoon, and this is like all from that afternoon until the end of court. So um, lunchtime, they ended up calling lunch. Lunch was supposed to be at like 11. They ended up going to lunch a little bit after 12 o'clock. So they returned maybe like one ish. Um, and Dr. Walla was on the stand until about roughly an hour before court had adjourned that day, and court had adjourned at about 6:30 p.m. Um, so Monica Walla says that she's the lead psychologist at Westville Correctional Facility, and that she had been assigned from the administration to treat Richard Allen. Um, she's worked at Westville Correctional Facility since 2017, and she had worked nowhere else prior. This was her first job, her only job thus far. Um, She is trained to take care of private and personal matters, general health care, psychiatric issues. Um, let's see. So she indicated that once Richard Allen had gotten to their facility, that he was seen every single day for the first month, and then after that, they kind of like wanted to like try to see how he would do, and they laxed up, and they changed that to once a week. But in December of 2022, he was placed on suicide watch, um, and seen once a week from April 2023 to December 2023. And then after that, they had indicated that it became daily after that until he left their facility. Um, so that was just like for a second, and she's like gone. And then they called Jerry Holman to the stands. So Jerry Holman gets up on the stand and he says that he's a lead investigator for the Delphi case. Um, he's generally familiar with Ari's detention circumstances. Um, that he was held in transport at White County, Carroll County, Westfield, and Holman's aware um, that he's accurate to say about his behavior and conduct at this time.
Um, and that there were officers that were assigned to investigate the circumstances in which Richard Allen had been enduring. Um, Holden indicated that there was a Ryan Harshman and Detective Vito that were assigned to monitor phone calls from Rick. Mullins, Rich Daines, Brian Marshman, and Holman all conducted interviews at the prison when things kind of started to go awry, and there were inferences of confessions being made. So people went to the prison to get information. Um, so it was really interesting, again, because we talked about this the other night, but Holman had indicated that he had received information that there were confessions made, so that he went up to the prison and he started getting subpoenas and reviewing documents, because there were confessions to the wife, the mother, officers, inmates made. And Rosie asks him, "Who contacted you?" And Holman just kind of like stops for a second, and he like looks and he's like, "Nobody contacted me." He said, we'd been monitoring Rick's phone calls and stuff like that, and it was just standard. Like we went up there and just started the investigation, which I thought was really interesting. It I would kind of wondered how in the interactions, listening to the recorded interactions of like phone calls and stuff, like what would prompt you, like what would red flag you in one of those phone calls to say, hey, there needs to be some sort of investigation going on over at the prison, right? So weird to me. The GTL boat service, which is the boat company that they have that provides the services for the inmate phone calls and the inmate tablet and stuff. They already had set up prior for all of these things to be monitored, like the phone calls, the tablet, all of that stuff. Like if you go back through the different transcripts, the filings, stuff like that, that was something that I had noticed out of the June transcripts, was they were talking about how they had implemented the stuff to keep him monitored. And I'll have to find it where it is, but basically, like, they had made it clear that they had arrangements made to have him monitored from the get-go, from jump. So he said he didn't reach out to the prison for the information, that the monitoring phone calls to the outside. And Rosie asks, well, like, how do you guys know that he was speaking to attorneys? And they said that there's policies that are set into place through like the phone companies. So like what ends up happening is, like, when you go to prison and you're in a prison here in the state of Indiana, you have the ability to call family and friends, but there's a call list. Okay. So what happens is there's only a certain number of people that can go on this call list, right? You put the name of the person that you want on this call list, and you put their phone number down on this call list. If you have like your attorneys or whatever, you add them to this phone number on the call list. You list the relationship that you have
The royal we. Oh, hey, y'all. Hey. Um, so you list the individuals that you want to talk to. Okay. And then what happens is your caseworker, they do a background like check and stuff, make sure basically that you're cool, like to talk to this person, like you don't have like any restrictions or reason not to speak to this person or whatever. And then after this phone list is cleared and everything is set, um, obviously, like you have a code that you enter into the phone with your inmate number to be able to dial out to use the phone. And um, it will release the calls according to that list. Well, apparently, when they upload it, the relationship, if they see that there's an attorney's number that is being dialed, it automatically registers to say, okay, this person is calling their attorney, and it's supposed to, in the system, it's supposed to keep it from recording the phone call because they would be privileged phone calls, is what they claim. So Holman says that, like they listen to the calls weekly, maybe more frequently, that there's an officer that has a set of headphones. They're very dedicated to doing the job. That this officer Harshman is his primary guy that does this. Holman says, I've never listened to the calls myself. And if they hear something of significance, this guy is going to let us know. So Holman indicates that somebody would reach out to the prison, not him directly, but somebody in the investigative team would reach out to the prison to round up people for depositions, and they would begin gathering, information. And they switched from the inmate companions to the guard companions after confessions. The first subpoena, there was a first subpoena and another letter from the warden about information about routinely, processing the information, keeping up with the information. The question was there? And he said yes. The last time they asked Holman when was the last time he had asked for an update, he said, I don't know. So they asked if these phone calls that were listened to were frequently written up in documents, and he said not so much. And he has listened to any of his calls, and he indicates that there's a call in March 2022 and March 2023. And he asked if there were any calls that he heard that were asserting his innocence. And then I'm not sure if there was an answer to that because I didn't write the answer. Holman says that he interviewed Richard Allen one time, not twice. And then he had received a notification that there was a call on August 30th, or in August of 2022, that he should, or 2023, August of 2023 and December of 2023. He was told that these were calls that he should listen to. At this point, he was asked if did he start directing investigators to go to Westville and collect call log sheets. And the answer Holman gave was, not directed. He said they went to the prison to investigate. guards specifically assigned to the cell. Um, they said that they transcribed the forms of confessions and they gave them to the defense. Um, they asked if Richard Allen had ever asserted innocence. Um, did you ask if he made uh, an instate if he made statements other than incriminating statements? Um, and there's an indication that the transcripts were fairly short. Um, then they asked him, did the inmate companions have any real conversations aside, from what he was interested in? Um, some inmates, Holman said some of the inmates volunteered statements of the behavior, some of RA's statements and behavior. They asked Holman if he interviewed Dr. Walla, and he said no. They said, did you interview the warden? He said no. Did you interview internal affairs? No. Um, they asked if he had ever visited, uh, did law enforcement ever visit Richard Allen, like did Holman? And he said that he would be put in contact with a major. Um, and then, he would be searched and then he would be taken to RA to talk to him. He said that, this occurred at a WC unit mini prison. Admin building in the basement had an interview room. He listened to some of the recordings, but he couldn't just characterize them as incriminating. They asked if he followed up with the CBS or the family, and he said yes. So in one of the statements was that they used the box cutter and he put the box cutter in the trash after. So they asked if investigators followed up with any inquiry to the CBS, and he said yes, that they had followed up with inquiry about the box cutter at CBS, but they were unable to find it. Did they interview the daughter and wife? He said he had hundreds of hours of logs and calls. And no, did they investigate as an agency? And he said that's more of a statement, not a question. They asked Holman if he had been involved in an Allen County investigation, and he said, I think so. But he couldn't tell them exactly which one accused. Oh, they asked him if he had ever accessed any of the accused housed county jail log sheets for any other cases. And Holman said yes. And he says, what cases? And he says, some cases in White, Carroll, and Boone County. And they asked him if he was aware of any circumstances where any of the county jails had ever assigned inmate companions. And he says, no, this is a very unique situation. So Rosie says, okay, no further questions. And Diener says, did you ever interview Richard Allen in the Department of Corrections? And Holman says, no. And she said, but you did interview employees and inmates. And he says, yes. And she asks, is it common for law enforcement to monitor jail calls for a crime? And he says, yes. And she says, given free and open access, with logins. And he says, yes. And that was it. So then after this, they called Dr. Walla. Um, she gives her credentials. Um, she says that she's a master level therapist, and then there's other four other therapists that work there. What is going on, Bernard? What are you doing? Okay, like I may have to split this up into another live because you guys, this is so thick. Yeah, I think that that's what I'll do because I probably have a good like 40 pages of notes when it comes to Dr. Walla. So like I will be here for like a hot minute when it comes to her. Um so yeah, so I think that that's what I'm going to do cuz it's also 12:55 in the morning. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to wrap this one up for tonight. Tomorrow I will go ahead and start part 3 of this. Ladybug says it's about bedtime anyway. I think it would be good to do in sections. Yeah, it definitely is going to have to be done in sections. And so what I'll do is I'm going to mark it with the same like thumbnail picture that I chose for the first 2 lives so that we can all keep like so that we know that those are all from the hearings itself. Ladybug says, thank you. Appreciate what you are doing. Oh, thank you for coming to listen. Um, it's so much, guys. It's so much like that's left here for real. Cool thumbnail. I thought it was awesome too. I liked it's an abstract painting that was called Man in the Clouds. So I really liked the way that the man was like looking toward the clouds and the sun, and there was like a woman there, like in the painting. I thought that was really really awesome. I thought it was really thought provoking because it kind of like gives you like an understanding, like I guess maybe I don't know, it kind of like to me in the photo it kind of like looked like the woman was like searching for answers within that man who is looking into the clouds. I don't know, kind of a weird way to think about it, right? Diamond Eyes says you need a break. That has so relaxed. Thank you. Sounds great piece of art, and it does provoke thought. Yes, for sure. So yeah, so I will come back and we will do a part 3 because I think Dr. Walla is going to have her own separate part itself because there are so many pages. And then of course we still have a whole nother days of hearing after this because let's not forget like the third day of hearing was like 12 hours, y'all. Like, wow, insane. So with that, thank you guys for listening. Please don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Again, if you have any comments, please feel free to leave them down in the comments section. I will see you guys tomorrow for part 3 concerning Dr. Walla's testimony of day 2. You guys have a blessed night. Bye.